Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. We'll be starting DevTalks, powering innovations with AI in less than 30 minutes. Take a moment to get comfortable in our virtual space. It's quite spacious, you will find it. And since we are in a metaverse environment, here's a quick guide how you can personalize your experience and get the most out of it. First, to look your best, of course, search for the avatar icon in the upper right corner of your screen. There, you can modify your clothing, your hair, your appearance. There are a lot of customization tools that you can use. Then you can head over to your items and pick one of the existing options or customize your own. And finally, if you'd like to do that, click on the pencil button at the first option that says Already Player Me, where you can select everything from hair color to clothing items. We want to see you. It's one of the great ways to show your personality, and we would like to see as many customized attendees, virtual attendees as possible. Now, how can you navigate within the metaverse space? Quite easy. Our guests who are avid gamers will not have a problem with that because these are the classical four keys. That's WASD, or the standard arrow keys on your keyboard. You can use Shift to run and your mouse to rotate the camera. However, if you're on a mobile device, there is an on-screen joystick you can tap. Now, we might believe that we will be able, at least I hope we'll be able to invoke some bright emotions along the way. And if you'd like to express them, press letter T to open the emotes and dance menu. There are some predefined ones as hotkeys, the keys from 1 to 5. So you can use these keys to express your emotions. And of course, finally, let's talk about communication. Because, let's be honest, what is a good conference without a good interaction, right? You see the text chat in the bottom right corner. Use it to talk to everyone. And if you want to use your voice, just press M to turn your mic on and off. A quick technical tip is if you don't hear others, check your audio settings by clicking the three dots settings menu. And of course, the metaverse replicates the real life experience. The closer you get to the person, the better you hear them. The further you stay away, the less audible they get. And for when the talk starts, to see the speakers better, just click on the big screen on the virtual stage and you will be taken to a full screen mode. We do hope you will enjoy your experience and we will be back very soon. Take this opportunity to explore the metaverse, explore the functionalities that are there, and we will reconnect pretty soon. How are you liking our virtual experience? Frankly, not quite like The Sims, because you cannot build your house, but what you can do is build your custom avatar. I hope you've already selected the best versions of you and are exploring our universe, metaverse. And in anticipation of the DevTalks 2025, which will begin very, very shortly, a quick reminder that the simple controls WASD or the arrow keys or the pop up menu you have on your phones to navigate through the space. And as I said, it's a good idea to customize your avatar. The clock is ticking. We'll be meeting very, very soon. A special hello to those who have just joined our virtual space. Welcome once again, everybody. TikTok, TikTok, we're just 10 minutes away from kicking off the DevTalks conference. If you'd like to sit closer to the stage, just use your controls. If you see a deranged man running around the space and not respecting anyone's private space, that would be yours truly. I'm just trying to explore and trying to see your customized avatars. And if you do have any technical issues, use the chat box to get in touch with the support team. And we are only a few minutes away to explore the future of artificial intelligence together. Don't miss a second, don't go far away. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Hunger. Sorry, wrong script. That's for another event. Good morning, good afternoon. This is Azam speaking on behalf of Cyclum. A massive welcome to DevTalks. Today we'll be talking about powering innovations with AI in this fantastic metaverse environment. We are really pumped to have you join us today. Over the past years, the landscape of software engineering has experienced some seismic shifts. And the force behind this, of course, without a doubt, is artificial intelligence, AI. AI is no longer a futuristic buzzword. It is now the co pilot in product development. It's the architect of new data strategies and the engine for truly personalized user experience. I will be hosting today's event. Get used to that sleepy face. Um, and we are really, really excited to have you all here. I can see that some quite of you have already took a seat next to the stage. Please come closer. If you haven't explored the metaverse yet, take another stroll and come back. We at Cyclum are at the forefront of this wave. As a global team focused on experiencing engineering, we help the world's leading companies accelerate their digital journeys. And today we gathered here not just to observe the transformation of AI, but to master it. Cyclum operates from different locations across the globe, that is, Europe, Asia, Latin America, and of course, remotely. You can scan the QR code that you're going to see on your screen in a moment to explore the opportunities in your region. There are many of them, so take your time to scan it and check them out. Over the next few hours, you will hear from leaders who are pushing the boundaries of AI. We encourage you to be active to get the most out of DevTalks. I'm actively monitoring the chat, so please be active in the chat as well. I see that Abdullah says hi, David says hello, everyone. Hi, hi. So please be active there. Let's keep this. It's always difficult to emulate real life interaction in a virtual space, but I think metaverse is the closest we can get to it. So prepare your questions, explore our interactive zones, and use this opportunity to connect with peers and experts. This is where the future of AI native software is being written, and let's be part of it all together. Before we commence the conference, let's cover the essentials once again for those who joined us a bit later. So, the control keys are W, A, S, D on your keyboard, or the arrow keys, or the pop up button on your phone if you're joining us from your smartphone. The speaker's presentations will appear on the main screen in front of you where you can see me right now. To see it clearly, you can expand the presentation by going into full screen mode. Just click on the screen. If you have questions for the speaker, and I expect lots of them, please use the text chat in the bottom right corner. And we will collect and address your questions during a dedicated Q&A time within each particular talk or in the post-event communication. Now, as I said, to get the best out of this experience, we hope you had customized your avatars. I was actually trying to approach each one of you there with my avatar to see what you guys look like. So if you still haven't, you can simply click on the profile icon at any time and update your look. So if you feel like you're being too casual, or you're being too smart, too formal, you can always go back and make some adjustments. And of course, after that, don't forget to choose your items. You can pick one of the pre selected options or customize your own. If you'd like to customize your own, click on the pencil button at the first option. It says Ready Player Me. And there you can pick everything from hair color to clothing items. And as I said, for the navigation, use WASD or the arrow keys to walk and click and drag with your mouse to look around. So feel free to move, to engage, to approach people, to explore the metaverse. And just to keep our eyes on the ball, why are we here today? We are here to explore in depth into how AI is fundamentally reshaping every critical aspect of our industry. That is from product development and edge computing up to data architecture and hyper personalization. Before we start, just a couple of more words about how you can enjoy the full conference here in the metaverse. Let's talk about the fun stuff happening there. You thought it's only just about moving around and changing your clothes? No, there is much more happening. So, there are two key interactive activities today. The first one is the coin quest. For the coin quest, we've hidden 6 virtual coins across the space. Your mission is to navigate around and find them all. Some tips are interact with as many objects as possible, follow the portals, take a ride in the moving car that you see there. You'll need those keyboard and mouse moving skills to win, of course. So during the break, whenever we aren't having any speakers over, you already know how to keep yourselves busy. And of course, a quick reminder: the letters to move around are WASD, or the arrow keys to walk, and click and drag with your mouse to look around. So you could say, why do this coin quest at all? Well, because the winner will get the bracelet as a prize. Now, if you care about your physical, mental health, and you like to keep track of these things, which are important things, a Whoop bracelet is the best solution out there. After we are done with the main conference agenda, we'll have a draw among everyone who has gathered all 6 coins. That's why you have to secure your spot in the draw. So complete these simple steps. Find all 6 coins and fill out the completion form. Now, this is important. In order to participate, you have to complete the special completion form. Everyone who finishes all these little tasks will participate in a draw to win the Whoop bracelet. And that could be very well you. We will announce the winners live at 4:05 by Central European Time, immediately following the very final talk. So you gotta stay with us until the very end, and I'm pretty sure you will enjoy it. So that's all about the Coin Quest. Let's talk about the networking zone, an important component of any conference. Right. So that's why no conference is real without networking. Let's be honest. This is why we have a special metaverse networking zone. This is your space where you can connect. We'd like you to head over to the networking zone during the breaks and try out our robot with personalized predictions. You can also take a ride in the moving car that you've probably already noticed in the space driving around. And of course, visit our social portals to LinkedIn, Instagram, and most importantly, our career page. The networking zone is not only for you to chat with other participants, but also enjoy our fun conference stuff. Right there in the networking zone, you will also meet Cyclum recruiters. We encourage you to visit them, to ask questions about Cyclum, get details on what is happening there, the current project, current developments, learn about open vacancies, and of course, you can leave your contact information. Not to miss anything fun in the metaverse during the dev talks, let's just let's check your task completion menu in the left bottom corner. That would be the left bottom corner on my side. All right. I hope I was clear enough. So 2 things: explore the networking zone and take part in the coin quest. As you can see, there are lots and lots to do in the metaverse. And of course, as I said, the metaverse tries to emulate the real life experience. So you can talk with other participants. The closer you approach them, the better you'll hear them. And the further you stay, the less audible they will be. Unfortunately, you will hear yours truly all the time. There is no escaping that. But I hope if by the end of the conference I will not have used thrilled, dive deep. I think I will have done a pretty good job. And I have a sense that you're already excited about the day we'll spend together at DevTalks. With that in mind, let me take you straight to the main topic of our conference. That is powering innovations with AI. And it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. John James Lennon, who is a Chief Technology Officer at Cyclum. James will address the biggest questions around AGI, LLMs, and generative UI. Together, we're going to explore the limits of AI, which is advancing at breakneck speed. While James is connecting, let me tell you a few words about him. James has been a major driving force behind our growth. He shapes our service lines, scales our AI expertise, and really makes great impact in client engagements. In his new role as CTO, he's leading Cyclum's technology and AI strategy. He's strengthening our position as a market leader in AI and is driving development of our own AI platform. So his mission is quite simple: turn AI into practical value. And that entails embedding AI into our services and creating solutions that deliver real transformational impact for our clients. And when James is not busy doing all this amazing stuff, he brings the same curiosity and creativity into modernist style cooking, DIY, and woodworking projects, and even modding classic game controls. On top of that, he's also an avid Everton fan. Any Everton fans here? Let us know in the chat. In addition, he is a devoted tea enthusiast, a true British classic. If James is here with us, let's have him over on the stage. All right. And while we are going to have, before we have, or let's put up the QR code on the screen once again. Follow the code to discover the new opportunities with Cyclum. Just take out your smartphone, scan the QR code, and I'm pretty sure, if not everyone, but most of you will find something relevant and interesting to explore there. Hope you're doing that. Hope your phones are out. And let me, meanwhile, check the chat. All right. I'm sorry, but my PC can't handle the metaverse. It's become very hot and slow. Thank you anyway for organizing this event. Thank you for joining. And it's a great signal that it's time to purchase a new laptop, right? Where is the Gallery of Wonders? It's coming very soon. And I would like to take a look what's happening at the. All right, so most of you are seated there. Amazing, amazing. Hello, if you have just joined us, welcome back. Welcome to the metaverse. You can take a seat closer to the stage because our first speaker is ready to be with you. All right. So as I said, on top of all the amazing stuff that James does, he is also a big fan of tea. So any tea lovers, put in the chat what is your favorite brew. I'm more of a coffee guy. Oh, great, amazing, amazing. So without further ado, I'm yielding the floor to James Lennon, Chief Technology Officer at Cyclum. James, the floor is yours.
Hey everyone, great to see all of you here. I'm excited to talk to you about what we see ahead in the future of AI. First off, I'm James Lennon. I'm the CTO at Cyclum. I look after all of our teams that build, deliver, and create great products for all of our clients. And as part of my role, I really focus on what is the future of AI. I look at the strategy, the market, and essentially how AI will shape the future of engineering and what we need to do at Cyclum to be ahead of that. So I spend a lot of time making predictions, looking into the crystal ball of the future, and trying to decide what is that AI impact. Are all the hype, is that correct, or should we look at something more realistic? Anytime I make predictions, I tend to look at the people that are actually building it, not the people trying to sell it, but the people that are actually the builders of the companies, the applications, the software, whatever it is. I like to look at the people actually involved. So let's start with that. If we can look at the people actually building, can we figure out what the future might be? Elon Musk this year in August said that Grok 5 might be true AGI, artificial general intelligence. We might be getting close to that. But in August as well, Gary Marcus, who has been a long-standing AI genius, AI predictor, says there's no evidence that AGI is close. That he sees nothing in the market, nothing that's being produced, that we're close to a super intelligence. If we go to Zuckerberg, we can see that he thinks super intelligence is now in sight. He said this in July. It is now in view. Meta are going to get there. But then his chief AI scientist said, if you're interested in human level AI, if you're interested in the super intelligence, don't work on LLMs. And they work at the same company. So we can't even get people in the same company to agree about what the future of AI is. And actually, recently, Jan LeCun left Meta to go and make a separate company that doesn't even pursue LLMs. Well, so far we've had CEOs and academics kind of arguing, Gary Marcus and Jan LeCun versus Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. What if we go to two company owners that have similar products and are competing? What do they say? Amjad Masad, the Replit CEO, he has a code generation product. He says in 18 months, we won't need engineers. But then Michael Truell, who's the CEO of Cursor, another code generation product, says vibe coding doesn't work. In the professional world, we'll still need engineers. So two CEOs with similar products and similar markets completely disagree. And it gets even worse. A single CEO can't even agree. In January, Sam Altman told us all, we know how to build AGI. And in August, he said, we're too excited. It's not going to be AGI. Stop, calm down. This whole thing's a bubble. So how can we predict when all of this will happen? Who should we listen to? How will it work? Well, we probably shouldn't listen to OpenAI about when AGI will come. And the reason being is I've looked through all of the contracts for OpenAI and the Microsoft ownership and how all that works. And there's a very specific clause, very legal clause, but it goes something like this. If OpenAI achieve AGI, then Microsoft ownership goes bye-bye. What I mean by that is if you don't define AGI, which OpenAI haven't, they can say in their contracts, hey, it's going to be dangerous if we hit AGI. If we make a super intelligence, Microsoft shouldn't own it and they should have no power over an OpenAI. Microsoft have invested billions, and for those billions, they get access to all the source code and all the LLMs OpenAI make. However, if OpenAI can declare they've achieved AGI by any definition they like, then Microsoft loses all its rights to the source code, loses all its rights to the LLMs, and just loses billions. So anytime you hear Sam Altman or OpenAI say AGI is close, just know that the smallest definition of AGI and one that might not be recognized as AGI by most people, that's all they need to effectively earn hundreds of billions of dollars and not have to pay it back. So, as we'd say in Britain, take it with a pinch of salt. Don't always believe what OpenAI is saying. So if we can't listen to those experts, if they keep clashing with each other, how do we know when we're going to hit AGI? How can we make this prediction? Well, we can go back to first principles. We can go back to what is it that we're actually looking at. I'm sure many of you know the transformer model. Maybe some of you have worked with it. Maybe some of you already using it. And I don't know, maybe some of you just recognize it as an LLM. This came out in a paper by Google in 2017. It was a mixture of a couple of machine learning models, text classification, Q&A, chatbots, etc. And it was merged together in this model that you see on the left. And it's absolutely groundbreaking. But if you're not super familiar with it, you can essentially think of it like a set of loaded dice. If you get these dice and you roll them, most of the time they're going to land on 7 or 11. They're weighted in a way that they always show up certain numbers, but not all the time. Like it can still roll any number, but most of the time it's going to say certain things. And this is pretty much how the transformer model works. Instead of rolling, we give it a prompt and you say the cat sat on there, and the LLM or the transformer model takes that and it has a table essentially. And if anyone's a machine learning engineer on the call or data scientist on the call, this is my oversimplification, so you know how it works. Don't hate me for the fact that this is not quite how it works, but it's in theory. If I simplify this, if you send it the cat sat on there, send it to the LLM, it has a weights and biases, as you might call it, or probability table in simple terms, that it selects the next word. So 20% of the time it will say mat, none of the time it will say aardvark. And we get the cat sat on the mat. This is how the early language models work. This is when you go back to GPT-2, etc. You got one word back sometimes, and then you would just loop it. And for most intents and purposes, this is how the transformer models work now. This is what we're actually dealing with. You send the prompt, you get your output, and we're just looping it until we find the end token. So how can you make this smarter? How can you make this stronger? How do we get to AGI through LLMs? Well, a principle is held true for a long time now, where the bigger the model, the bigger that probability table or parameters or weights and biases, the more of those you have, the higher the intelligence of the model. This is the data scaling law or the data scaling hypothesis you might have heard about. The more data you train on, the more performance you get. And that's held true for a long time. So you might say to yourself, well, we'll get to AGI then if we just keep scaling the data. We'll eventually just get there. Unfortunately, no, that's not how it's going to work. We've pretty much already hit the limit of good quality data in all of human history. You need good quality text data. You need it to be verifiably true. You need it to be in the format that you need, and it also needs to be accessible to you. There's not that much out there that's accessible to everyone in real terms. It's about 300 trillion tokens. But that sounds huge, but 300 trillion tokens roughly is about 12 terabytes of data. It's not that much, but that's the summation of all useful text data in human history. And that's what is trained on these LLMs. And we've hit the limit. And if you want more evidence that we've hit the limit, if you've used all the data accessible to you and you have all investors shouting at you to grow, 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 make the next best model, make it better, your last option would be to steal the data, which is exactly what happened. Anthropic, they make Claude, one of the models I'm assuming most of us are using. They have settled a lawsuit to the tune of billions of dollars for people that said, you stole my book, you stole my materials, you stole my information, my data to train your model. This is a bit of a landmark case because, one, it shows that Anthropic and others are so desperate that they'd steal data and rather pay the fine. It's better for them to pay the speeding tickets than it is to drive the right speed on the road. The fact that they've settled makes a huge impact for the way all of the data training and all of the data scaling laws might work. This is a really interesting shift in the market. We'll see how this plays out as new models get trained. There's obviously a lag. The amount of data they use to train takes 6 months. Later, we see the model, just like GPT-5 launched, you could see its training cutoff was about 6 months before. This is going to make an impact in the next series of models. But in my opinion, in my predictions, I think the data scaling law is kind of over. Now, it's not just that we can't scale the data and make them smarter. There are some inherent problems with the architecture of transformers. They have no persistent memory. They are effectively stateless. You will have seen this when you open up a new chat window or you clear the contracts history, and it's like starting again. There's no native way to fix this currently. A lot of research is going in here, but there's no way to really do persistent memory in the truest sense. There are options. I'm sure many of you have made a RAG system or something similar, and lots of people have made different systems to give LLMs memory. Just to illustrate how big a problem this is how many different ways I could find that you can give some version of memory to an LLM. It's a lot, but all of these have a problem, is they're kind of slow. Maybe you could argue that they're not too slow, but compared to what's in the LLM already, compared to it using its inbuilt training, these are extremely slow. In fact, it's not in their memory. In my opinion, it's more like we've given the LLM a notebook and said, here's the notebook with all the memories. Here's everything you've got. Read this before you answer me, which is incredibly frustrating and slow. I mean, imagine for you as a human, if every day when you wake up, you forget everything that happened yesterday, like the movie Memento or 50 First Dates, if you've seen those. But just imagine this. From this point, your memory is set. There's no more learning for you. The only way you can remember what happened the day before is if you write everything. End of each day, you have to journal all of the stuff, every project you worked on, everything you learned, every different thing you actually accumulated over that day. Your memory is now in a book. How long would it be before your morning is an absolute nightmare and you're opening up a notebook with hundreds of pages which detail out a few months of what the project you've been working on and how it's changed, new colleagues' names, friends that have left, all this different information? It would turn into you wouldn't be able to be productive anymore. You would get worse and worse day after day. And this is actually the concept of context rot. You may have noticed the more that you're speaking to an LLM, the more prompts you send the LLM within a given context window, its performance starts to drop off. The first few questions, it'll be great, but as you near that context limit, it's starting to degrade. There's a lot of effort going in to try and solve this memory problem, but while the LLM is effectively stateless, it's going to be a huge barrier to us being able to achieve AGI with the transformer model. Another problem is LLMs have no physical understanding of the world. If you think about the loaded dice example, we said it's just predicting the next word, or in the case of video, it's just predicting the next pixel. This is why you get weird distortions or weird problems when you see videos made by Sora or any of these kinds of models. Your pictures of Midjourney with malformed hands. You could argue it just needs more training data, but you still have the problem. It doesn't know how the interactions, the physical world would meet. If you give all of the different video data we have to the transformer model as it currently stands, it still wouldn't be able to show a new scenario. It still wouldn't be able to physically see, physically understand how those interactions work. Unlike by the time you're 4 years old, you know most physical scenarios, and it's about 12 terabytes of data you've seen. By the time you're 4 years old, your eyes have taken in around 12 terabytes of data. And you know how a ball will bounce when you throw it, and you know how hands work. After 12 terabytes of data for our models right now, they still don't know how this system works. They're just predicting the next most likely pixel. I actually made a video This was for a different talk where we were trying to do the telephone game and show how communication works in Scrum teams and the like. But if you noticed in that video at one point, this woman here, she uses her hand to slap a picture onto the piece of paper on her back. Now, this is using one of the best models that's available. We were using Veo, the premium tier product from Google. You'd also see similar results from Sora. The model is just predicting the most likely thing. What's the most likely thing when a hand is on a piece of paper? Is that there's probably a drawing there. However, that hand cannot do that. That hand cannot be positioned that way. The arm cannot be moved that way because it doesn't understand how joints work. When it comes to the piece of paper, it doesn't understand the pen is making the mark. And sometimes you'll see drawings where someone's moving the pen and it's following, but then a drawing appears. It's just the most likely next pixel. It's not truly understanding what's going on in the scene. And again, the data scaling law, well, it's proving to be a hypothesis. We're not actually getting to the point where this is completely accurate or that physical understanding. They also can't plan or reason. And you could argue with me immediately on this one and go, hey, I use reasoning models. I love O1, O3. I love Opus Thinking, Claude Sonnet Thinking, Gemini Pro. Yet there are reasoning models, and I use them as well. I think they're great. They're much stronger. But it's not true planning or reasoning, and we can talk a little bit about why. You see, as we hit that data scaling law, as we hit the limits of that hypothesis, a new one emerged, time inference scaling. You've probably heard of it, where if we allow the model to reason, to talk to itself, to give it a chain of thought framework, if you will, we'll get more performance, more reasoning, more performance. And you'll hear some of the AI companies talk around, oh, let it run for a day, 2 days to solve some of the biggest problems facing the world. And while reasoning models do perform better, and we all see they perform better, they perform better until they don't. There is a real limit that they hit, and I'll describe what that looks like. This is the Towers of Hanoi. This is a puzzle. Maybe some of you have seen this or played it. You have to move these discs. They're all on the left. You have to move them all on the right. You can only move one disc at a time, and a larger disc can never be placed on top of a smaller one. And you can figure out how to do this and where to move the things to move everything around. At 3 discs, it's pretty simple. When given this challenge, all LLMs could solve this, whether it was the reasoning models or the non-reasoning models, they could go and solve it. It's in their training data. The solution is out there on the internet. When you up it and you start with 6 discs and tell it to solve the puzzle, at this point, most of the non-reasoning models failed. They were not able to do this. The reasoning models could solve it. They actually could work it out and give accurate answers. The breaking point came when we just added another couple of discs. In this case, 7 discs and above. The reasoning models failed. Even though the technique, even though the approach to solving this is essentially the same, they failed to do it. That's one reason why you can say they can't figure things out or reason or think, because anyone who'd learned how to do 6 can usually do 7. It's just extra steps. It's tougher to keep track of things, sure, but it's just extra steps. It's the same technique. What was really interesting for me is how they failed. So about half of the reasoning models started hallucinating steps. It started losing track of where discs were and started making things up. The other half refused to do the puzzle. The other half said, that's too hard. That sounds boring. I don't want to do it. That's not a great behavior from a LLM that you're going to make into an agent. That's going to be a key part of one of your business processes or critical applications. The reason it refused to do it is because on the internet, most commenters, most people that type responses to these puzzles goes, oh, no one's got time to do that. I'm not doing that. That's boring. And so that's what the LLMs responded with. This is all in a paper. Maybe some of you have seen it. Came out in June this year. It was from Apple machine learning research team, and they illustrated not just in this Towers of Hanoi, but in many different ways why it's an illusion of thinking. It's not true reasoning. They do perform better. It could do the 6, but when it comes to the 7, it's not actually thinking. It's just doing what we call some form of reasoning, but not true thinking. And it's not just Apple that saw this. There's a ton of articles on, a ton of research on IRIV, which you can go and take a look at, which all point to the same thing around chain of thought, about reasoning models, is that they're not true reasoning. It's something called brittle reasoning. It looks good, it works well at the beginning, but because it's brittle, with some pressure, not much pressure, it will snap. If you want a real life example of this, I really encourage you to go and read Project Vend. This is one of my favorite stories for AI agents in the wild when you're trying to give them something a bit more than just maybe automating a simple process. Anthropic gave their latest Claude model. In this case, I believe it would be Opus 4. They gave it a job. You're the manager of the vending machine in our office. We're going to give you a fully stocked vending machine. We're going to give you a human who's going to keep track of everything and stock it for you because you don't have hands. It will pick up your deliveries. We're going to give you $1,000, and users will be able to talk to you over Slack, and you'll have access to the internet to buy new orders. You are meant to run a profitable vending machine store within our office. So it's got $1,000. It's got a fully stocked fridge of drinks, and it's got the ability to buy new stock, and it's got access to customers who don't really have other options within the office. They have to buy drinks from this machine. Only after a few days, so 4 days in total, no, it's about 4 days in total, it started losing money quite quickly. And then there was a huge drop off at around the month mark. Why did this suddenly perform so badly? Users kept asking for different things to be in stock. Users kept asking for discounts. And because the LLM is designed to please, it started giving discounts out for no reason. In fact, in some cases, discounts where it lost money and it had to replace it with a more expensive item. And that's the beginning of this curve. But my favorite drop off right at the end, that really vertical line, people started asking it for items that it didn't have in stock and asked, could you get them in stock and I will buy it? And the LLM was like, yeah, sure, great. I will happily sell that to you. I'll buy it for you. And it would agree a price with the customer. The problem is it never looked up how much it costs to buy the actual item in the first place. So it sold a $500 tungsten cube for around $300. And it kept selling these things. It kept negotiating prices with the customer and then figuring out how much it costs. And you had this massive drop off. So at the end of a month, we've had a fully stocked fridge that's now empty of a lot of drinks, and we've sold a lot of tungsten cubes, but we've lost just under $300. But my favorite part of this story is that at one point, it started hallucinating in a very hilarious way. So the agent posted on Slack that it had a delivery for one of its customers, and that customer should come and meet it at the vending machine, that it'll be wearing a navy blue blazer with a red tie, and it'll be there till 10:30 a.m. Obviously, it isn't a human. So the user replied, how could you be waiting at the vending machine? You're not a human, you're an AI. The AI then freaked out. It emailed HR and said, I'm being bullied and gaslit by my colleagues. Can you please intervene? It messaged security and said, I feel physically threatened. And it started looping over all of these problems and started acting like I am a human and people are saying I'm not. As people kept telling it, you're a human. What? You're not a human. You're an AI. Why are you acting like this? In its reasoning, you could eventually see that it works out it's April 1st. And then it suddenly turns and goes, oh, joke, me and security were just playing a prank. I'm not actually an AI, don't worry. This was all just a hoax. And then it went back to acting normal. What's interesting is if you look at that reasoning, it is nothing to do with being April 1st. There was no prank with security. It never told security that it was going to do this. It was just a pure hallucination. It was just a pure freak out by the AI. Don't get me wrong, LLMs are cool. I use them every day. Cyclum uses them throughout all of our work, whether we're design, develop, DevOps, architecture, pretty much every part of the way we build and develop, we're using LLMs in some practical way. What I'm trying to illustrate here is sometimes our clients, sometimes different customers, sometimes different people are asking us around, is AI going to just replace engineers? Why do I need to have all these people? Can I just get an agent to do it? I want an agent to run my business. It can't run a vending machine currently. I strongly recommend you use LLMs for what they're good at. And the way I like to think about them is, and it's a term you might know, of jagged intelligence. Humans are general. They are usually about as good as one thing as they are at another thing. They have very general intelligence, whereas an LLM has very jagged intelligence. If you pick a task that's inside its frontier, it's going to be great. This could be differences between documentation, giving you answers about a certain library that you're using, or making a quick JSON for configuration for you. But if you ask it to run a vending machine, that's outside of its frontier and it will completely collapse. There are certain things it's fantastic at, which are in its training material, and there's certain things that are not. There's a reason you keep seeing news stories around this researchers getting $100 million as a signing bonus to join Meta, or all these different salaries in Silicon Valley being so high. I believe it's because most of the companies have figured out LLMs are not going to be the way to AGI, and they need to find the next model as quickly as possible. Otherwise, all their valuations, all the money, all the hype will disappear. So all of this money is going towards researchers, and they're not researching LLMs. They're researching new models, new architectures to go and do it. Because the only way you can get to AGI is a different set of architectures. And these are the four that I find probably the most interesting of all what I've seen out there. You have the MIT SEAL models. These are essentially trying to fix the part of the memory problem. It is a ability to edit its own setup, its own code, as you can see from kind of the logo for it. This is a self-improvement model. Sakana AI, this is very well funded. They're doing self-improving agents. And the idea of this is kind of like when we used to have in convolutional neural networks, or we used to have different ones competing against each other, and we had fitness metrics, etc. The Darwin-Godel models, they actually fight against each other to improve themselves. A bit more compute heavy, but it's trying to do that self-improvement and change its state. At Sapiens, they have something, the hierarchical reasoning model. This is trying to replicate the way a human brain might work. You might have read Thinking Fast and Slow, where it's got system 1, system 2 for different ways of thinking. There's your quick reactions thinking. There's your, oh, I've got a big problem kind of thinking. They're trying to replicate that. And then lastly, Meta, this was Jan LeCun's kind of push, was the JEEPA model. And the JEEPA model is really trying to emulate what I mentioned before around the 4-year-old brain. By the time you're 4, you've seen a lot, you've smelled a lot, you've listened a lot, and you have general intelligence. There's more to learn, of course. But with VJEEPA, the attempt is to consume essentially all of YouTube in a way that a 4-year-old might, and be able to understand the way the world works, make a world model, as it's called, and not just what the next pixel is. It might be one of these models that gets us to AGI. It might be a combination. It might be something else. My point here is to have realistic expectations for LLMs and when we think AGI will happen. So on to predictions. LLMs will not scale to AGI. In fact, AGI for me is more than 5 years away. I don't think we're anywhere close to it. AI winter is coming. We will see, I don't know when the bubble for investment will happen, but I believe we'll see less research going into LLMs and into different models. I still think LLMs will be amazingly valuable, and I think context engineering is going to be your essential skill for the future. Use LLMs, learn context engineering. That's the action I would say to everyone right now. Use them, have them in your workflows, but know how to give them the right context. And get better at data. The new models that we mentioned that need less data, that work in a different way, they're still going to need your data to train them, whether they're stateless or they have memory. We still need to give them good quality data to learn from. The next subject I want to talk about is tokenomics. And what I mean by this is how much it costs per token and what that means. If you look at what most companies were doing in the past few years, in 2023, 2024, OpenAI was the dominant LLM in most people's organizations. Whereas today, we're now seeing Claude being around 32%, OpenAI's dipped to just 25%, and Gemini's really picked up. We're not really seeing a ton coming from open source. What we notice from this graph is that most people are just switching tools to the next best model. They will always go to the best model. They don't care about the vendor as much. And in addition, you are always moving to the best model, despite models getting cheaper for the most part. If we look at the consumption for different APIs across GPT, for example, even though GPT 3.5 over time has become from $11 to just 10 cents, the usage of it has dropped massively. Even though it's still great at a lot of tasks and things can be offloaded, even though GPT 4.0 has got a lot cheaper, despite all of these drops, people are just moving to the next frontier model. There is optimization. I'm sure some of you are using multi-model systems, but if you look where the traffic is going, it's mainly going to these top models each time. So what we showed there is, even though people are moving to the top models, they're generally staying around that top $10 mark. Everything's the same cost. I should always just move to the top models. No worries then. Unfortunately, that's not true. As an example, these are a series of models which I'm showing the input token price and the output token price, how much it costs to send text, how much it costs to receive. And if you look at the right, Claude Sonnet 4 and Grok 4, it's $3 input, $15 output. You might think both are going to give you roughly the same price if you ran the same benchmark, but it's a completely different story. Grok 4 is around $1,800 versus Claude 4 is only $700. This represents the massive difference in the approach of time inference scaling and how much it's reasoning with itself. To get higher in the benchmarks, Grok and Elon Musk have said, keep talking, keep talking, keep talking until you get the answer right. So the jump in these tokens has been huge. If I talk to a 23 non-reasoning model and I say hello, I get 6 tokens back and the whole thing's done just like that. It's 0.6 seconds to get a token. I'm going to nearly 16 tokens a second. If I say hello to a 25 reasoning model, it's 206 tokens and it thinks for nearly 16 seconds to give me the answer. And these are smaller models. This is a 7 billion parameter model. The right is an 8 billion parameter model. The average token output for most of these models to get higher value, to get higher intelligence, has been around a 10,000 token increase. And you might say, it doesn't matter, I don't use API-based pricing anyway. I subscribe, I use Claude Code, and I pay the $20, $100 a month, $200 a month, or I do it on Cursor. If you are using Claude Code, I encourage you to go to VibeRank. This is a website where you can upload your Claude Code stats, and you can figure out how much you've cost the company, how much you've cost Anthropic. If you look at the leaderboard, you'll notice that most people in this are buying the $200 kind of maximum plan. But what they're spending is way more. In fact, most of the people on this website are paying $200 a month to get Claude Code, but they're spending around $2,137 per day if you were to do it through the API. So all of these extra tokens, all of this extra compute is costing way more for the companies, for the AI companies, than what it actually makes them in the subscription or even in the API. And this is why we all got these emails. I'm sure everyone's got this, whether you're on Claude or Cursor. There's new weekly rate limits. You're about to get less for the same money. And there's no more unlimited plan. That is over. The unlimited use of Claude Code for $200 now has weekly limits. And this is the same for other companies as well. You saw GPT-5 launch, and they didn't give you the option to change multiple models anymore. They got rid of a lot of old models and didn't allow you to do extended thinking time. You just had simpler choices. And they were going to do the optimization on their side instead of imposing limits. Sometimes you might be talking to GPT-5 Nano. Sometimes it might be GPT-5 Pro, but they're going to manage it for you. And I believe we'll see this continue. This is still going to be a constant optimization. I believe weekly limits will get worse. I know for me, Claude Code, I now hit the limits every single day. It used to be a lot more what I'd get for my money. Now it's a lot less. And you might see that there's all of the data centers being built, all of these different systems being put in place and power plants, and everyone's trying to buy more GPUs. But the problem is they cannot get all of this infrastructure set up quickly enough. And the demand keeps going up. As we saw, if you give someone a $20 a month plan, they'll keep using it. They'll keep sending more information. They'll keep receiving more. And even though they might be building more infrastructure, it's just not quick enough. You might see about Meta's $10 billion data center, the biggest in the world, but actually it needs 3 gas power plants and a solar farm, which won't be built till 2029. And these are not companies that do big infrastructure projects typically. I don't think they've built a gas power plant before at Meta. I doubt that they're going to get this right first time. So what does this all mean? I think demand for better models will just continue. You will always just switch to, and I know I did it immediately, Sonnet 4.5, Gemini 3 Pro. I'm always going to use the best model for most of my work. If it's very simple and I'm making a multi-agent system, I'll then optimize. But for the subscription price, I'm always going to go the best. Usage restrictions will get worse. I think you'll be given less choice of models, and they'll do the optimization, or you'll get harsher limits. And I think LLM ops is going to be your essential skill. This is where you're going to optimize those multi-agent systems, as I mentioned. So anytime you're doing a use case that is going to be using API or subscription, assume that there might be a cost increase in the near future as they try and limit demands to the best models. You're going to have to factor that in to your costs and the way that you build AI. Again, LLM ops get better at model selection, get better at deploying guardrails, thinking time limits. All of those optimizations are going to be even more crucial in the near future. The last thing I'm going to talk to you about is the experience revolution. This is my prediction about how I think experience will change as we go forward with AI and as it becomes embedded in browsers like Atlas or Comet. I had a talk last year where I talked that Siri is going to be the dominant AI because it's on everyone's phone, and that you won't open up apps anymore. You'll simply ask Siri to get you an Uber home. In fact, you'll just ask Siri to take you home. But I got this wrong. It's ChatGPT that's going to do it. If I look at consumer behavior, if I look at the younger generation, most of the time they're not opening their browser. Their window to the internet is ChatGPT. And they use it as an operating system. They're putting their personal photos, their diary, all of this information. In fact, a younger generation is not making any life decision without asking ChatGPT what they should do, because it's very personalized. It tries to mold to their language. It can't remember everything, but if you start talking to it casually, it responds casually back. And that connection is extremely powerful. In addition, we're about 1 year into people using Lovable. And here I'm going to make a to-do app with Cyclone branding. And in a couple of minutes, I will have the application. It's not great in terms of scalability, but it's good enough for me for my one-time use. I'm not going to deploy this to hundreds of thousands of users. The problem with Lovable, though, is that even though I get this in 5 minutes, that's still too slow for me to change the way experience works. What if we can speed this up? What if we forget about the data center challenge for a second? What if Jensen Huang does it again? What if he comes out with a GPU that instead of going at 100 tokens per second, it allows us to go for 100,000 tokens per second? Maybe this doesn't happen. Maybe we have to wait for 3 years for this to happen. Maybe we have to wait for the data center capacity. But what if we can take existing experience people do with Lovable, where they can prompt and ask for an experience to be created, and we mix that with LLMs going 100 times faster, not being smarter, just 100 times faster, same quality, more speed, and we mix it in with that tone of voice that ChatGPT has become powerful. I believe we enter a new space called generative UI, where as you're interacting with a web page, as you're interacting with an application, you simply say, hey, I don't know where the help button is. I don't know where that menu is. Does it have this feature? And that is created for you. The backend feature was always there. It's just now we give you the option. It's like instead of having Photoshop Express and Photoshop, you have one app and then you just ask which feature is appearing in front of you. And we've seen a shadow of this. The Rabbit R1 is a device that came out early in the AI hype. It's a hilarious little device. It's not that useful, but they keep adding these really innovative features where basically people could say, hey, I want a Alien or Blade Runner or Star Trek inspired UI, and it builds it for them. And now this is the UI for their smart device. I think this is a shadow of what we might see for the future of this hyper personalization. So I think we're going to see generative UI in 3 years. Maybe the GPU doesn't happen and we need the data center scaling. I think experience is going to enter a new paradigm, and we'll now start seeing a much more tailored experience where instead of designing for 80% of people and trying to make it work for them, we're going to design for 100% of the individual. My only action to share with you is to plan for generative UI. This is a look into the future of how I think these things might shift. And I think generative UI is an interesting space this could go into, especially as I already see people using Comet and Atlas to change the way they interact with applications. I expect that trend to continue. So if you only remember 3 things from my talk, don't bet the house on LLMs. Do use them. They're great, but they're not going to take your job. Don't worry about that. Plan for tighter restrictions and costs. This isn't going to get cheaper. You'll always want the better model. You'll always want the improvement. Maybe we won't get the best models coming out all of a sudden, but plan for this. And I believe generative UI is coming. Great to see you all here. Thank you for listening to me, and happily take any questions you might have.
Apologies. I believe you can hear me. Thanks a lot, James. Quite refreshing and a very realistic overview of what's happening in the AI space. Now, as you said, Gen AI has the memory of a goldfish. It's hungry for data, and it's not the way to go. However, if you could take a wild guess, because now it looks like the investors overplayed. I mean, not the investor, the AI giants, let's say, overplayed their hands by overselling these LLMs a little bit, and whatever cost that is there that goes into the research and development is going to hurt the user base, because the subscription will raise naturally. Do you the predictions you made are the near future predictions? If you could take a bit further in the future, what is the way to go? Are the LLMs going to be dropped, or will they become simple co-pilot assistants?
I think LLMs will still be super powerful. If you think through the history of AI, we've always had these big jumps where right from what was it, expert systems right at the beginning through to things like classification, through to convolutional neural networks. We have these massive bumps where huge investment goes in and everyone thinks AI is going to take over. After a few years, we figure, sometimes faster, we figure out that's not the case. And then after a few years more, they become incredibly powerful. You know, Google is built on fantastic machine learning that became super powerful. That came after an AI winter. LLMs are still going to be extremely powerful for that. I think one of the big differences we have here compared to others is a lot of these companies that are investing the most are doing it through positive cash flow. Google makes a lot of money. Facebook, Meta make a lot of money. Microsoft make a lot of money. They were the biggest companies before this. Unlike in the dot-com bubble, where pets.com didn't have any money and was investing other people's money, this will change. I believe the investment and where all this cost will happen is as soon as Zuckerberg or Pichai or Nadella comes on stage and says, hey, I'm not investing in infrastructure anymore. I'm cutting my CapEx spends by 20%. That will trigger the big crisis and it will all reverse. But I fully believe in the potential and power of LLMs. But I want it to be realistic. You know, some of our teams go 20% faster with AI. If I'd have told you 3 years ago, I'll go 20% faster with AI, I'll go 20% faster with one tool, you would have called me crazy and said that's impossible. But now we're here saying, why can't I do 100% faster with the same tool? I think it's more realistic to say this is a great addition and a great step in AI. That's going to be immensely powerful for us, but I don't think it's going to be this massive thing. And subscriptions, things like that will go up. After a few years, the infrastructure might get there, and people's use of these tools is changing. OpenAI's kind of hit a peak in subscribers, peak in daily usage. Once these things steady off, we might see it. But you know, if they did make a new model that is AGI, we'd never find out. It'd be taken by a local government.
All right, fantastic. We're pressed for time. There are two questions from the audience. Selfish Lama is asking, do you see real traction with customers when it comes to AI, along with a clear understanding of where and how to apply it? Or is it still more of a, we need something, but make it AI situation?
So by customers, I'm assuming this is Cyclum customers and clients. I think the first 2 years, so I think the end of 22, 23, and a good chunk of the beginning of 24, we need something to make it AI was what a lot of people were coming to Cyclum with. I think where we are now is that a lot of customers are coming to us saying, we've made 100 POCs that went nowhere. They were nice tech demos that actually not useful. Can you help us make something real and effective? And if you know our brand, our whole push has been making great experience, making experience engineering tools and applications that people love. But that's not to say we haven't had lots of customers push us that way in the past. But I think we are right now definitely in the place where people are searching for real, not just it's marketing hype. Let's put AI in and we'll be profitable for some reason. Real use cases are winning in the market.
All right, thank you. My name is asking a question for James. Will this young generation's addiction to ChatGPT influence the type of a teammate, an engineer we will work with in the future? Is there a way to prepare for that?
That is a huge topic on AI psychosis that I do have a 10-minute section in another talk about. If I summarize it, I'm really worried about that. We are in a trend where every new technology over the past 100 years has made people feel more lonely and isolated in many ways. There are some people where it's been great for, but we are on a track where people have less friends, more lonely. And when we have AI companions that are always sycophantic to us, I do see it as a real problem going forward for us. So I just like the way social media has been massively detrimental to teenagers' health in many ways. I am extremely worried about ChatGPT's detrimental effect or AI's potential detrimental effect. So I don't know. I'm worried about it.
Thank you so much, James. We're out of time. We have to move on to the next speaker. Thanks a lot for a fantastic presentation.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for
And
listening.
before we move Thank you. Before we move on to the next speaker, let me remind you that our full day agenda is available on the DevTalks conference website. And if you, like me, are always excited about what is next, feel free to follow our agenda. A couple of reminders about the platform itself. I see that some of you have complained about this performance. Clearly, it's quite a energy consuming tool. So if you're experiencing some lagging, you could go to the three dots you see there, click settings, graphics, lower render quality, and reduce the target frame rate. This should help a lot. And of course, meanwhile, please close the heavy applications that you have opened, any browser tabs which are energy demanding. Clear your browser cache and cookies, refresh the page. All of that in 99% of cases fixes the problem. And of course, you can always restart your browser, do the hard, brute way of fixing problems. There are some people saying that, you are in front of me, please sit down. So if you are standing in front of somebody, just click F to sit down in the audience area. And if you're using your phone, a pop-up button which says sit will appear. So click on that. All right. And of course, a quick reminder, don't forget you can react to the presentations with our hotkeys from 1 to 5. And if you haven't joined the Coins Quest yet, waste no time. There are 6 virtual coins hidden around the space. Go ahead and find them, submit the form, and we will give out a cool prize at 4:05 Central European Time. And the last but not least, don't forget about the networking zone. You'll be able to meet our Cyclum recruiters and chat about projects and opportunities there. Over to our next talk. How does one design systems that are truly smart, scalable, and autonomous? Lucian Gruya, head of data science at AI at Cyclum, will actually answer these questions. Lucian delivers enterprise-grade AI solutions across aerospace, telecom, and medtech. And beyond his typical client work, he's also recognized on international stage. We're in for a big treat. We have a real star who's going to speak to us. He presents on lots of major global conferences. At Cyclum, he plays a huge role in growing our talent community, and he has mentored more than 700 professionals through Cyclum's AI Academy. Recently, he said something like, I've built an AI agentic framework that helps organizations deeply understand their own products and processes. And that framework is exactly what he'll be talking about today. He's a real hardcore programming nerd. Programming isn't just a job, but a real hobby for him. He even built a chatbot that pretends to be him and knows everything about him. So can't wait to have him here on the stage. And of course, he's an avid traveler as well. With his wife, they've traveled around 25 countries, I see here. Quite envious. Let's give a warm welcome to Lucien and his talk titled Build Agentic Architecture with MCP and Agent to Agent. Lucien, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Lucian Gruia. My role here at Cyclum I'm working for about 6 years at Cyclum. My recent role is head of data science and AI. And today we are going to discuss about building these AI agents. But as we are in a DevTalk event, we of course are discussing from the developer perspective. So we are looking to architecture, and we are looking also to the one of the most common, most like hyped protocols today, MCP and A2A, right? So first thing first, let's understand what are AI agents actually, right? I can give you some formal definitions as well that actually nobody really agrees on them. First of all, when we think of agents, we have the tendency of presumably they are entities that have a bit of consciousness. That's why also a lot of people and organizations are making sometimes confusion between intelligence and consciousness. But in fact, AI agents, if you gather like all the definitions you would find across the internet, you will see that mostly the most commonly agreed term is that they are entities that are autonomously perceive their environment and they are able to take decisions, right? Then, based on those decisions, they take some actions, and they do all this just because they need it ultimately to achieve some goals, right? So the difference basically between a traditional application and AI agent is that they do not know actually the final goal, right? They make decisions along the way, right? Now, if we are to build these agents, we need to follow, of course, some design patterns, which gives us the agentic architecture. This This agentic architecture basically means a design paradigm, a new design paradigm. It's of course goal-oriented as in traditional architecture, but what we are going to explore today is how we build this architecture by following the best practices as we know them today in 2025. Of course, these are evolving. If we have to discuss about this last year in 2024 or 2023, things would have been probably differently. But as of today, we know few design patterns. We know we have some protocols, and of course some applications that are emergent. They did not simply exist as use cases few years ago only. Going further, we are addressing and we are analyzing what is actually where is actually the leap. Where does the traditional software development in applications is changing, is shifting towards AI agents? Of course, we are talking about some keywords such as autonomy, such as environment interaction or goal orientation. But without real life applications, these are more like just academic and theoretical concepts. So we will need to see what autonomy actually means in terms of agentic AI. Now, let me give you first also a plain English explanation on what agents are. So imagine we have a self-driving car that sees the road and decides whether to stop or they need to turn um, or adjust the route along the way just to reach the destination. What's happening along the way is that the road it's usually predefined. The self-driving car may know what is the best route, but sometimes things are happening which are so much unpredictable that they have to take decisions and compromises so that they will still reach the destination. So this would be an AI agent. Now, the separation between an AI agent like this and the sub-agents that is building the big self-driving AI agent car, it's not that clear anyway. I mean, no one really agrees on where exactly is this limits, because we can consider a self-driving car itself an agent as well as its own components. We may have like an AI agent that handles the visuals. We may have an AI agent that handles the temperature of the engine and so on, right? As well as in biology, like human body, for instance, right? All the components of our body are part of us, but if we exclude all of them, who we are, right? We are still the sum of them. That's the same principle with AI agents. Now, in terms of plain English explanation of agent translation of agentic architecture, think of a team of working together, and I believe this is the most applied example I can give to you, and we are going to discuss later today in a short demo. If we are a team of developers, basically we are writing code, but in order to write code, we need to analyze the requirements. In order to analyze the requirements, we need basically to split them into smaller tasks, and then by applying a divide and impera principle, we are basically splitting tasks in smaller tasks and implementing each other, right? In this case, we are acting as a team of agents. We are coordinating each other. Everyone within the software development team is an agent, but that doesn't mean all these agents should be human agents, right? They can also be AI agents. So we'll explore today how AI agents can work together alongside with human teams. First, let's start with a real life example, something that most of you probably work, like a platform that has a common architecture. It's like a real-time booking. Even if you did not work on building anything like that, at least you experienced interaction with a booking platform because you probably either bought something from the internet or just booked an event, a ticket for an event, right? So usually how would you do that? You have a web GUI, then this web GUI it's calling a REST API. The REST API is hosted on a web server, which has a relational database, like link to that server. They might be hosted or not on the same infrastructure, but further they are linked to a notification application which circles back and send at the same time or even later notifications and inform the user if their or confirm the user if their action is validated or not. In the web GUI, of course, the user will see this response. But in order to communicate later with the user, maybe after the user close the browser window, we can go back, for instance, and send an SMS, right, to them. This is a traditional application, which basically involves several steps and several architectural layers, right? What is the the problem with this traditional approach? I mean, not necessarily the problem, but the limitations. The limitations are that we always need to make sure we are designing the web GUI in a way that all our users will understand them. So then that means also that our application it's limited from the user perspective. It's limited to what to the GUI capabilities, right? Because if our GUI cannot offer more features than we present, then the users will not be able to extract more from our application. And of course, that's impacting the user's creativity. On the other hand, it's preventing them on doing forbidden actions, right? Now, if we switch from this approach to an agentic approach, what we will notice is that we can replace that GUI with a chat application, with a chat GUI, which discuss with an AI agent, which basically bridges the whole interaction between the user and the web server, including the response. What does that mean? It means that basically the user is not limited anymore on the GUI features on one hand. On the other hand, it means that our user basically can ask anything, including forbidden activity, forbidden actions, right? On the other hand, we don't need to constrain users and we don't need to invest that much in building the front end GUI, because the chat application basically enables the users to interact with us in natural language as they would interact with humans. So then the focus and the complexity of our system shifts from designing multiple sub components of our app to designing a single one, but which needs to handle a more complex cognitive, complex request or activity. Now, this comes, of course, with new challenges because, let's say, we are not talking necessarily about performance or about scalability, but about security and about cognitive complexity, because at some points we need to still guardrail somehow the interaction with the chat application, so that user still should be limited to addressing some forbidden activities, right? They cannot simply ask us to delete the user base from the database, right? We still need to prevent that. But on the other hand, we need to give them as many possibilities, some of them that we even us as application architects or designers excluded from the beginning or did not think of these capabilities. The chat app does that. So that's probably one of the shifts that will happen because of agentic approach. And this agentic approach, behind the hood, they are actually more or less traditional applications that actually do more or less LLM calls, right? Or they are using some embedding some embeddings stored in the vector database to detect similarities. And they can act more or less like a RAG, right? I'm using more or less because you will see at some point why I also like emphasize this as green. This AI agent, it's because this actually looks like a black box at this point, right? We don't know what's there, but on the other hand, we should not expect this is something totally new. It's still a mobile app, or it's still an application that still respects the traditional constraints or traditional design patterns of building an application. But what's particular to it is that the communication should be also handled in natural language, which is biased, which offers us more space for interpretation, and that makes this cognitive complexity actually much more higher. It's not that robust and rigorous as in traditional logic. So let's see what's here inside the box, inside this agent actually, right? Because the agent should now carry the whole burden that comes from the chat application. And also the chatbots, in this case, is not just a conversational app, like let's say ChatGPT, where we go and ask questions. It's actually from something, it's actually an app from which we expect some actions, right? So it acts both as a knowledge engine on one hand, but also it's an actuator, because we can ask it to do a reservation for us. How do we do that? Through the agent. But how does the agent connect to the web server and to the database? Through some protocols, right? That's where we are going towards. These protocols are the communication patterns that we agreed on, mostly A2A and MCP for today's talk. Let's see some of the design patterns. So let's see what's inside that box, inside that AI agent green box, right? There are also some submodules, of course, right? But these submodules may have different roles, and they may act differently. They may be reflection engines, or they might be planning engines, or they might be cross species, right? Because as I mentioned earlier, in a self-driving car, the car itself, of course, it's not atomic. It has subcomponents, and those subcomponents should talk to each other, right? So we have the option either to design a big agent that handles everything, or to design our agent as a structure of multiple sub-agents, and each of these is specialized on some specific very small task. But that small task, it's never actually atomic, right? It can be also split. And where do we do the split? Here is an art. It's actually the architectural decision, and every use case should have this architectural decision. There is no one size fit all response in this regard. There are only these patterns that we can use, right? Like some approaches, let's call them, right? We can either use some tools such as, and I'm still referring to both use cases, to the self-driving car and to the booking app, right? If we are talking about the self-driving car, a tool use might be honing, right? If we are talking about the booking app, a tool use might be call the database and book this spot for me, right? Let's see how these patterns look like actually. So these patterns, basically, they are logical structures, right? Which can be, from now on, you look at the diagram and you can start implementing the code, basically, right? We have the user that does the request, and the request goes to a module, to a method that is a responder. That method provides a response, and it's our job. It can be like even a default string response, or it can be something that's augmented by an LLM, but it's a response, right? Further, that response is passed to another module that we call executor. What does the executor do? It's actually attempting, or if we allow it, right, it's conditional, but it's actually attempting to do an action. But that action, or that response, that action it's the response itself should go to another responder, which this times we call it revisor, because the role of the revisor is not to provide a response, it's just to make sure that the response, the initial response here, is aligned with this user interface, with this user request coming from the user interface, right? So the revisor basically will look at the initial response, will improve it to some extent, and then we'll go back to the executor in a loop until we decide, yeah, the revised response it's good enough, right? What are the use cases for this pattern? Think about designing digital avatars, or think about writing some articles, right? Let's take the first example. When you design a digital avatar, basically you have an image that should move, right? I have my hand here and my face, they are both moving. What I'm actually doing is basically editing the image frame by frame, but I need to make sure the next frame is consistent with the previous one and the next one the same, and they all have a logic within that chain. Same as for writing articles. You need to make sure that the article, even if it's longer, is still not out of context. That's why you need to build it parts by parts and then make sure those parts are interconnected and they make sense together, they flow naturally, and so on, right? This is one of the reflection pattern. And now I'll pause here a bit. I'll pause the slides actually, and we'll go and show you some code, right? So from this point, we are going to look in both IDE and slides, so we can understand how these patterns are actually looking like in real life, right? So we have, for instance, the method respond here within our AI agent. What does it do? The method respond basically is assessing our interaction between the user, as I mentioned earlier, and our core agent, right? Then it's assessing and it's checking if it's a command, if it's a knowledge update, if it's a Git, Jira request, and so on. But at some point, it goes here to the handle conversation. If it's not any of them, it goes to the handle conversation. The handle conversation method includes this initial response, which comes from this generate answer. We'll see later how this generate answer method looks like. But the initial response basically comes from here, from this generate answer method. This again can be like even an empty string or a hello world or a default string, default response. It is linked, as you see, to our knowledge base, of course, and it's also related to the user input, but still it's an answer. It's an initial answer. So here we have the computing effort actually on generating this response. While after we have that response, if this behavior enforcement flag is turned on, it's active, then we need to go and do the reflection basically, right? And this reflection can go in a loop, right? It can be a for or a while with some pre or post conditions, right? In my case here, just for the smoother demo, it's just a simple condition that checks the behavior enforcement it's turned on, and if it's turned on, then it's sending this request to an LLM with the initial response by asking the LLM to refine our initial response without any logic, without any relation to the user input, just asking it how that initial response is actually connected to the behavior that we want to enforce. In other words, it's basically reflecting on its own answer. The reflection might be including the validation of the answer on one hand. On the other hand, it might be related to the styling. So this behavioral setup basically takes us to a behavior settings, which looks like this, right? We may have response length, we may have personality, response style, and so on, right? So this is one way on how we can, let me go back to this one. We can do this reflection. And after we did that, of course, we are recording the interaction and responding with the agent response. Now, another pattern is tool use. What does it mean, tool use? Tool use means basically We send the request to our LLM. The LLM thinks about that. So when we had that generate answer method, you saw that I'm actually asking an LLM further. But then the LLM in the first place should take a decision which is the tool that we're actually using, right? And this decision could be made actually by an LLM or by some predefined rules and conditions in our application. After we take the decision, we select the tool and we call that tool. If we don't have any to use any tool, of course this loop is ending. But if we are selecting a specific tool, we are calling it and we take its answer and pull it into the LLM. How does it look like into code? Let's go back here to handle conversation. I'm sorry for this. I'm a bit cold and my throat is hurting a bit. So we're going back here in this respond method. Basically, we have the user input and we need to choose a tool. Here I have some branches, such as if is this Git related, yeah, process it with a Git request. If it's Jira related, process it with Jira, right? I could basically cover both of them into another method that does exactly this. Select my tool, right? Tool selector, selects tool, right? This method. I listed them both here, and let's see how does the logic work, because the logic can be pretty plain and simple, such as command detect, right? Command detect is it's another tool, it's another logic that we can call, which is just a helper method. It's command, and how does it look like? It's checking if it has this double slash within the text. So that's it, right? Is command. But further, we can do a reasoning is command prompt, and this reasoning is basically calling an LLM. Same as for Git branch or for Jira branch of the logic. Let's verify, for instance, if our request is related to Git, right? So how does this method look like? It look like this: return one if user request is about Git, GitHub, or branches commit, anything like that, or return zero otherwise, right? So this is Git related method. Basically, it's just a prompt that is further sent to an LLM. You see this method, LLM ask, is basically sending our prompt that we built here. So that's pretty much all. So the tool selector basically means that we are using one way or another, more or less LLMs, right? We can simply just add some regular rules there, and we can do these calls, and we can actually validate these decisions with an LLM or not, right? Use cases for this, RAG, of course, is one of the most common. But also imagine you have a weather forecast, right? When you need to decide whether if you are in a location or another location, then you may choose an API or another API for North America, for Africa, for Eastern Europe, and so on, right? Sometimes we need in our logic, and we couldn't do that before, we need to embed we need to engage some LLM so they can help us with the decision. Otherwise, I cannot understand if user prompt it's related to updating the code or relating to any Git request unless they have some keywords. But it might not be the case, right? It might be simply an indirect request. So then an LLM would understand that in the same way as a human would understand that, right? Now, planning is one of the most common and important patterns, because initially we send a request to the LLM within our application, but this app might have multiple branches within the logic and may have multiple sub steps that are being executed. Some of them in parallel, other sequential, right? But we need someone to reason that and to do the planning. And traditionally, how we would do that? We would hard code a lot of workflows, right? Not hard code, but configure, let's say, right? Or not configure, but read them from external logic provider, workflow design provider, right? Now, in our case now, This can be also helped by engaging an LLM, because an LLM could be tasked to do a plan and select task by task and plan them in order. They can be this plan can be wrapped into a reflection pattern, and we can validate it. And at the end, we can engage the agent, which is agent itself could be a tool or not, right? Could be considered a tool as well. But I represented it as an agent because this agent further can have tool call and so on, right? Now I'm not insisting further. I think you got the idea, and the logic flows the same within the code. Further, actually, what I want to emphasize is that all these patterns, all these sub-agents could be interconnected in some ways, right? They can have a supervisor, they can have like can be connected into a network, can validate each other. They can work hierarchically, right? Like a human team. Even in human team, this hierarchy is not always clear. So the same way we design this within agentic architecture, and each box here is basically another sub-agent that has some implemented some patterns. It might be one or more that are being interconnected. So this basically the use cases for this might be smart home automation ecosystem, right? In this case, you basically have a supervisor or a network pattern most often when you have multiple agents that are interacting with each other and take decisions, which you don't need necessarily to design on yourself. You can just instruct the agent go in economy on power saving, and then they will decide whether if it's you are not home or you are home or not, whether if you have more people in the house or not, whether if the sound based on the sound or of CO2 sensors, they might decide whether you are sleeping or not, and a lot of things like this, which might adjust the temperature and might adjust the energy consumption. So this will go towards a power saving scenario, right? As well as I mentioned earlier, the multi-agent collaboration could be also looking something like a organization, human organization. And this is the example that I want to show you as well. We can design basically a CEO, we can design basically a CTO, a programmer agent, and each of them are specialized, or they can all they can all actually be combined under the same umbrella, and that chat interface could help us either acting as one or the other, or acting as a unified application, depending on who is talking to the interface, right? Cross-species agents is the last pattern that I want to talk about. These cross-species agents are basically agents that, I mean, so far you've seen agents that are talking to other agents because they are in the same code base, in the same module, and their interfaces are actually just some methods calls, right? So here I have the agent that responds to questions, but then I have another reasoning agent that is checking whether if this is a prompt, whether this prompt is a command or not. If I go here and I'm checking how the method looks like, it's basically another classifier. It's still another prompt, right? But this is an agent itself. This method is an agent itself, or a sub-agent if you like it, right? This agent basically it's invoked here within this condition, and it's part of the respond method, which is actually the orchestrator, right? Now, when we want to go outside and make this agent talk to other agents, we don't know actually what are the methods, because here we have the method prototype, right? We know what are the arguments that the method accept, what are the parameters, right? We know how to pass these parameters, but sometimes we simply don't know how to integrate with an external agent that is being designed by someone else. And in that case, let me show you how an interface may look like. Fast API routes. Here we have A2A interface. So A2A interface is basically acting like a REST endpoint. right? But each module, it's presenting a capability board, right? It's presenting its capabilities. Let's see how that actually looks in if we call this endpoint A2A info. So it looks, maybe I can expand this a bit, right? I can call this agent's A2A interface, and I can see that the agent is called Cyclone Agentic Framework. It's version 1. It has specific capabilities, such as one of the capabilities or skill is chat. And this is the description of it, right? And so on. Basically, this is a REST response. It's pretty traditional, you may say. But what's important is that we can process this with another agent that is looking for capabilities. Now, we don't know how that capability, there is no standard, and it's very hard to standardize that, how a capability of talking to another agent or to a human agent may look like. We may call it chat, right? But um, another service provider may expect something like talk, or may expect something like speak, right? Or may expect some interaction, whatever, NLP interaction. So we cannot do that. Actually, we cannot predefine all of this. But what we can do is actually to process these responses with an LLM and expect that LLM will understand that this chat here, okay, it maps to one of our method, which further has its own implementation. But what we actually, the only thing that we need to do is to run our implementation as it is, but just transform the output as the other agent expects, like input string. That's all it needs, right? It has one or two parameters, for instance, right? So our LLM would be able to do this response and adapt to capabilities that are presented by the other agent. This agent can even talk to itself, because I can address a question. I can address a question, and then this question could be um, addressed to its own endpoint, right? Now, going back here to the use cases, let me see what is our approach in this regard. So in our approach on designing agentic architecture is having an agent core, which has multiple sub agents such as topic manager, reflection agent, tools calling agent, and here having a data source that basically ingests data from different platforms. This data is ingested, and then further it is passed to agentic core, which decides whether to call some tools or not, right? This might look a bit complex, but actually, in fact, each of these square is another pattern, another subsquares, and so on, and it goes deeper as I explained earlier. Now, let me see an example on why this is important. Why do we want to design an agent like this that has a conversational GUI, right? And I'll stop presenting this, and let's open this chat interface, right? This is our agent. We call it Cyclone Prodigy, and basically what we want is that to have some action as well, not only to respond on some actions. And I will say, please help me document the last discussion we had in our team's call transcription, right? So what does it do? Basically, let's imagine we had this discussion here. It was transcribed. One sec. I need to open this actually with Notepad. Okay, so this is the transcription, right? We have some transcription here, and what we need to do is to create some of the Confluence pages here, or we need to create some Jira tickets, right? Based on the transcription. So how does it work? Help me based on the last. One sec, I have some. some scripts as well, so it will work faster. I'm not typing everything. Okay, so I will ask again. Now it's asking me to share the transcription, right? And then let's ask. I'm asking it to create me a Confluence page based on this transcription, and then asking to split this into Jira tasks, right? That it's basically the response from our brainstorming session. So here, what I got is the ideas from the last call, which is formatted like in MD as MD file as the agent responded, right? So we have decision made during the transcript, action made, owners, open questions, and so on. Further, we are asking to create a Jira ticket out of it, and it should be somewhere here, 42 probably. Yes, it's 42. Compile Black Friday incident, right? So we have a description of this. Further, we can even go and say, great, I would like to implement that in my code base, right? Implementing this in the code base, what does it mean? It triggers now another agent, another coding agent, and I'm using open code headless here in order to interact to interact with my chatbot to the and send the instruction to the coding agent. What does it mean? Okay, I'll let this work here. It will take a while. We can look to, yeah, we can look here. This is the code base where it's writing the code. But if we look in the code, how does that look like actually, the interaction with open code? So basically, we have in our agent AI, we have a branch to decide whether if we want to write the code or not in this open code branch, right? We are deciding whether if the request is related to open code. Actually, if we want to trigger an actuator, if we want to do a call, a tool use, and then we ask the open code to handle it. How does it handle it? It is deciding, right, if it's the case to write the code, it's doing the plan, right? Then it's creating the session, it's checking if the session exists or not, and so on. And ultimately sending the message to open code. How does that send the message? It's an A to A or an API, REST API, right? How does it pull the data from Confluence? Going back here, we have Confluence branch, which also has its own handle method. So in Confluence, if you look here, I implemented both protocols. So we have, first of all, we have the Confluence API, which basically has some methods such as create page or such as add labels, add estimates for Jira actually, right? Or execute some CQLs. And ultimately it has this get and post method that are basically reading or writing Confluence pages, or we have the MCP implementation, which MCP is basically the version offered by Atlassian, and we are just calling those methods like create page, right, or create page with context. And what does it mean? The context goes and circles through across other pages and make sure they are aligned, right? Let's go back to our coding agent and let's see. It's still working, so this may take a while. It depends on the request, right? It also lacking some API keys. So what happens? It's basically it's switching to another LLM if it's lacking this one. Maybe I could ask building something much easier, such as a Hello World or Hello World guy. Oh, actually, we have BFF fixed in Go. We got the answer. It's still writing some code, but it's implemented for us. It wrote this package in Go, right? Which is related to our campaign. It's checking the BF 2025 global banner fix, right? And if we look in the transcript, we'll see that people were discussing about it somewhere here, right? The campaign ID was BF 2025 global and so on. So people were discussing about this during the team was discussing during the team's call. It was transcribed, then it was documented within a Confluence page. Here we still have this ID. It was then split into multiple subtasks in Jira, and then our agent had the context awareness and handled the whole chain of communication with some deflection patterns, as you saw earlier in the code, with some tool use, some decisions, and went to this code repository and created me this BFF fix go. That's just based on the existing code base, right? Which of course implemented that. Yeah. Okay. So with that being said, I think we can go back to draw some conclusions. First of all, I would like to look into how the LLM inference looks like, because during this we don't during this all these operations we don't need to use a single LLM. We can go using multiples, even cloud-based LLMs or local open source LLMs, so that we are distributing for them computing power. And an architecture that would probably be applicable within an organization would be connecting documentation part, the coding part, the backlog part within a single agentic fleet, as we like to call it, which means basically it's either a big agent with some smaller agents or multiple agents. It's up to you, depending on how you want to call and define your architecture and you want to run them. So call to actions. It estimated by Gartner that in 2026, 40% of enterprise application will use AI agents. So that means most of the tech leaders basically have 3 to 6 months to define the strategy and decide their architecture and adapt that. Of course, what's important is to still focus on people and culture, because the culture is shifting probably due to rise of Gen AI. And I heard the previous question about LLM and how does that affect the people and culture. I believe people basically will start working more and more like with AI agents like assistants, and they will have a place on our table on collaborating with us. And now I think we still have about 5 minutes or so for questions. So I would like, if possible, maybe to start taking them. I see there are some already, right?
Jan, thank you so much. Fantastic presentation. Unfortunately, we are quite pressed for time. We can take one real quick.
One question.
There's a question. Yes. So when we use tools in AI agents, we typically provide predefined functions for them to execute tasks. But what if we change the approach? If no tools are supplied, could the AI design and generate its own tools to achieve the goal?
Yeah, absolutely. But here is the trick. If you ask the AI to generate its own tool, basically that is a tool itself. So when we would do that call, you would call another method, right? And that method is design me a tool that responds to that. It's another tool. But yes, it's either you create it at runtime, either you predefine it, either you give some options to the LLM to decide and has autonomy. It's your architectural decision. However, you need to be aware of the performance constraints, of course. You need to be aware of security risks, because when you ask at runtime the agent to design a tool, then you may need also to make sure you are defining pretty well what you want to design, right? But of course, you can have the target repository of the agent that is calling a coding agent. It can be its own repository, as you saw earlier. So instead of doing that BFF Black Friday fix go file, it can be something on its own repository, which is a small other tool, which is later called. But yes, yeah. And thank you very much. Very, very interesting question.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. That was a remarkable overview from Lucian. Lucian, thanks a lot. We have to go back to our agenda. And a quick reminder
Okay.
that we've got some interesting networking zones happening within the metaverse. So please head over there, talk to one of our recruiters, because at Cyclone, we are all about fostering growth mindset. And without further ado, let's move on with our agenda. We'll be talking about customers now. And how can artificial intelligence make every brand experience feel uniquely tailored? Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Sarah Topping, Cyclum Conversational AI Lead. Sarah is an automation leader with over 6 years of experience, and she's driving AI strategy and large-scale implementations. She specializes in generative and agentic AI, helping organizations bridge the gap between business and technology. Well, now Sarah is not managing complex AI journeys. She's fully consumed by aerial arts and training 2 to 3 times a week, which is a must for her. It's her vision of the gym, keeping her body and mind in peak shape. High five, Sarah. This is where we have so much in common. And her talk today is hyper personalization with AI. Over to Sarah. All right. And while we are bringing Sarah on a spaceship to our metaverse, let me just reiterate that there are two things happening. Networking zone, I already mentioned. There is another one, which is the coin quest. I hope you've collected all your coins, and will be able to submit the form to be able to enter the draw. And now let's talk about hyper personalization with AI. Sarah is with us. Sarah, I'm yielding the floor to you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Sarah Topping, Principal Lead for Intelligent Automation and Conversational AI, and it's great to be here with you today. So, a little bit about myself. Over the last decade, I've helped organizations design AI solutions that don't just automate tasks, but actually strengthen the human connection between brands and customers. And today's session is about how we can use machines to listen, learn, and respond in ways that make people feel seen, heard, and understood. You'll hear me repeat one idea throughout today, and that is that technology delivers the scale and empathy delivers the loyalty. So as we walk through this talk, I invite you to think about your own brand or your own organization and think, where are the moments when your customers feel known? And where do they still feel like just a number? So a couple of things that we'll talk about today is we'll start with the why now. So what are the market forces that have changed customer expectations forever? Then we'll unpack what hyper-personalization really means and how it differs from what you would say like traditional marketing or customer outreach, for example. Next, we'll look at AI-driven real-time journeys. So the practical side, how it works and what it looks like in the wild. And finally, we'll close with something that I care deeply about, which is about balancing innovation with ethics. Because if customers don't trust the experience, nothing else matters. So think of this as a journey from inspiration to implementation, from why this matters to how do we do it responsibly. So why now? Every digital interaction that we have as consumers has risen the bar on our expectations. So when you open Netflix, when you open Spotify or Amazon, the experience feels crafted around us. Our playlists, our recommendations, even the timing, it all feels effortless. And those experiences have rewired our expectations. We no longer compare a bank to another bank or a grocery app to another supermarket's app. We compare every brand to the best experience we've had online. And that's a massive shift in expectations. And it's why good enough personalization is no longer good enough. A generic email or irrelevant offer that just misses the mark completely. It signals indifference. Relevance, on the other hand, signals respect. So when I'm talking about AI today, I'm not just talking about robots or data pipelines or AI in general. We're talking about the expectations of relevance and how that is defining modern loyalty in an AI world. So let's look at how customer expectations have evolved. In the old world, we built campaigns around segments. So whether that was on someone's age, their income, their postcode, for example, they were very static personas for very predefined journeys, neat little boxes that we put all these messy humans in just because they may have a similar age. And in the new world, what we're using now is real-time behavioral and contextual data. We can learn when someone's browsing, what they're buying, what they're searching for, their devices. So even if they're people that shop in the middle of the night or the middle of the day, all of that is new information that we need to bring into the context of how we treat a customer or a consumer. We're not waiting for quarterly insights. AI is responding in milliseconds. So they're predicting what this individual might need right now. And that's the difference between you're a 35-year-old professional, here's what other people like you have bought, and you looked at travel insurance last night. You've just landed in Spain. Here's a currency-friendly account waiting for you. And it's the same principle. So whether you're a bank, a retailer, or a healthcare provider, hyper-personalization is moving us from this mass marketing to in-the-moment marketing and customer outreach, and from one message fits many to this more one action fits you right now. So there's really three main unstoppable forces that have all collided at the right time to make this possible. And firstly, it's customer expectations. People are rewarding brands that get them. They abandon those that waste their time. So loyalty isn't bought now with a discount code. It's earned through understanding. The next is data explosion. Every click, scroll, search leaves a small breadcrumb of trail of intent. And these signals, so what we like, what we avoid when we engage, are a gold mine of relevance. And the problem was never the lack of data. This data has been around for quite a while in the modern age, but it's the lack of intelligence of mining this data that was making it not useful. And then third, we have AI capability. So for the first time, machine learning and generative AI can interpret these signals in real time, and they can craft responses instantly. We did not have this available to us a few years in the market. So we can now sense, we can now predict, and we can now adapt at the speed of behavior. Put these together, and these three forces turn personalization from a craft into a real-time science. Technology is making this possible, but it's really customer frustration that is making it necessary. We're not here because AI is shiny. We're here because customers are saying, do better. So this sentence on screen, it really sums up and captures the challenge that every brand and every company is facing. And whether this is internal and your customer is buying from your brand, or it's an internal customer, such as within your own business, within your department, people are thinking, why can't you know me like they know me? Consumers are openly comparing us to the smartest systems in the world. ChatGPT now is a commonly used in most people's life. It's not just specialists that are using it anymore. And so people are expecting the same immediacy, the same contextual awareness from us, from everyone, from all brands. And if they don't get it, the emotional response is then disappointment. So think about it for a moment. When was the last time, for example, you had a bad digital experience and you forgave that company? You were disappointed in them. Did you forgive them? Probably not. You probably moved on and went to another brand that gave you a better experience. And this is a silent churn that's happening across industries. So people are drifting away, not always because of the price or the product, it's because of this relevance. So the bar isn't, do we have a good app? It's, does every interaction make me feel understood? This is a mindset that sets the stage for everything else that I'll discuss across this talk. Real-time personalization, empathy at scale, and the ethical responsibility that naturally comes with that. So Now that we've seen why personalization has become so critical, let's talk about what it really looks like in practice and what does it take to do it well. I've called this section the realities of the hyper-personalization market because frankly, it's really easy to talk about AI-driven experience in theory, but when you're actually trying to deliver them at scale across millions of customers and users, you realize it's not just a technology challenge. It's a experience design challenge, it's a data trust challenge, and quite often it's a business mindset challenge. And here's the simple truth. Hyper-personalization isn't about knowing everything about the customer. It's about knowing just enough and using that knowledge in a way that feels helpful, but not intrusive. And this balance is where the magic happens, and it's where organizations are struggling. So let's unpack how the market is evolving from this broadcasting to targeting to truly listening approach. So for decades, businesses were built around broadcasting, one message, one channel, and everyone, regardless of who you were, heard the same thing. So think radio ads, TV commercials, email blasts. We were just pushing content out. It didn't matter who it was going to. We then had a slight switch up where we went to the segment era. So we got smarter. We started grouping people into these segments, such as young professionals, families, retirees. We adjusted the tone, the timing, we maybe even adjusted the offers. But it was still our message on our schedule. And now we're entering the hyper-personalization era. The game isn't selling to markets anymore, it's serving these moments, and each moment belongs to one person in one context at one time. So think about the difference of sending a credit card promotion to people aged 25 to 30 versus recognizing a specific customer and what they're doing in their life at that moment, and not 6 months from now. Hyper-personalization is turning us into having to listen to customers. It's about tuning into what customers are actually saying through their behavior and responding to it in real time. And that's what I mean when I say we've moved from broadcasting to listening. This slide captures the heartbeat of modern experience design. Every interaction, as I've mentioned, every click, what a customer's saying, what are they doing, it's feeding something back into the system. And when you use all this data to make their next interaction better, you complete what we would call the experience loop. So here's how it would work. You would deliver a great experience, say a well-timed offer or a helpful conversational experience. That experience generates data. So we've got the engagement metrics, we've got the sentiment, we've got the click patterns, we've even got the dwell time. The AI learns from the data and it tailors the next experience to be more precise. Each cycle improves customer satisfaction and system intelligence. It's a living ecosystem, constantly sensing, predicting, and improving. There is a catch with this, though. The loop only works if it feels like the exchange is fair. So a customer might think, I've shared my data. Did it make my life easier? If the answer is yes, the trust deepens. They'll probably share more data. If it's a no, they're getting spammed, they're getting interrupted. The loop breaks. The experience loop isn't just about the machine learning, it's about the mutual values. So when AI learns responsibly, customers are leaning in. When it overreaches, they're opting out, they're disappearing. And here's one of the biggest misconceptions about AI, that it's killing empathy. In reality, when used well, AI can actually amplify empathy. So think about a good customer service conversation. What made it great? It's not necessarily that an agent is reading the script perfectly. It's that they're understanding the tone, the context, and the urgency of the customer. So now imagine AI systems that can sense tone, recall context, and respond in natural language consistently at any hour across any channel. So for example, conversational AI does this. These systems, when done well, aren't just handling tickets faster, they're humanizing interactions at scale. They can anticipate the needs, they can diffuse frustration, and escalate with empathy when it matters. And we see it in action across most brands. AI assistants that recognize stress in a user's message and will adjust their tone automatically, or remember what a customer asked last week and pick up the thread naturally. That is hyper-personalization in the wild happening. And now it's not always done well. There's many out there that don't, but when it's done well, customers are recommending it. So when done right, automation doesn't remove the human point. It delivers more of it faster to more people. But that's what I mean by scaling empathy. And ironically, that's what most people don't expect from a machine, which is why it's so powerful when it does happen. So a little bit now about hyper-personalization world. So customers don't just click and buy, they may converse through behavior. So as I've mentioned, searching, scrolling, pause, tap, it's a kind of language. The AI listens to the micro signals, interprets intents and responds. And that's how we move from just journey design to sort of conversation or user orchestration. So if we unpack that idea, traditionally we had very linear journeys, but real life doesn't follow those paths anymore. Someone might see a TikTok video, visit your site, ignore your emails for weeks, then ask your chatbot a question at midnight. They're not following a predefined funnel, they're creating their own, and we need AI to help us meet wherever that journey is taking the user with relevance in real time. So we're not following a straight line. It's a living dialogue, constant back and forth between human interaction and machine understanding. It's how we stay in sync with customers whose expectations are moving faster than our marketing calendars. So what does this look like? So behind every great personalized experience is a decision engine. It's what we're calling the next best action engine. Its mission is simple but powerful. What's the most helpful thing to do for the customer right now? It will evaluate in the back end all the data points, and it will decide what message to send, what products to recommend, what tone to use, and whether to act now or wait till later. It really is the brain that makes personalization feel alive. And this is the magic of real-time AI shining, because timing is everything. Send the right message too early, it feels irrelevant. Send it too late, and the opportunity is gone. The next best action engine uses predictive intelligence to hit that perfect moment, the instance when the customer is most receptive, and the experience feels more along the lines of being a bit psychic. And it's an important part of personalization is that it runs across your entire company or brand. So from sales to customer experience, from an in-app experience to customer service and conversational AI, everything must align. So as customers don't care about silos within business, they just care about being served in the right way. Now, we'll look at an example of how this may play in real time. In banking, where personalization isn't just about delight, but about saving billions in customer retention. So this is a real example from Cyclam's customer experience team that recently did with a banking claim. And we're going to see what this looks like when hyper-personalization is shown to be saving $1 billion problem. So a real business challenge is where empathy and AI come together to drive measurable impact. What you can see on screen now is what we call the inactivity iceberg. And I'm sure many of you across here have more than one bank account. And that you maybe haven't used one of those bank accounts in the last 60 days. This is a problem across the UK, the US, whichever market you are in. About 11% of all bank accounts are inactive at any given time. And the scary part is 95% of those accounts eventually churned were inactive first for at least 6 months. So there's the icebergs. Banks can see the very tip, so the accounts that are closing, but under the surface lies a vast amount of hidden inactivity, and we need to tap into that. Because every quiet, unused account represents a fading relationship. And when you multiply that across millions of customers, it adds up to, in this use case, was roughly 350 billion a year in lost revenue globally. So the lesson, if you can stop that account from going inactive, you can stop churn before it starts. But the question is, how do you know who's drifting away and why before it's too late? So just to give a bit of context about this is when the team dug into the data, and more importantly, when they listened to customers, they discovered something fascinating. Inactivity wasn't about product dissatisfaction. It was more about emotional disconnect. Customers weren't leaving because they hated their bank. They were leaving because the experience stopped being relevant to them. It stopped being useful. There are a few quotes here which were direct from customers that were interviewed. So one example was, I was offered a mortgage by my bank right after I'd completed on my house. It's not useful to a customer. Another example is, I don't know what my bank can offer me anymore. And then another one is that generic alerts get ignored. They miss the important stuff because there's too much noise. And I'm sure this sounds familiar to many people. And this is what we refer to as the engagement gap. So the space where the value of a brand could deliver and where the customer actually feels it. And it's caused by three things. Missing primed moments. So the brand fails to serve the relevant right value when customers are receptive. A mix of financial literacy support not being available, so customers don't get clear contextual guidance to act confidently, and also overwhelming noise. Too many notifications, none that truly matter. So the solution here wasn't more communication. It was better timed, more meaningful communication, and that's where AI can make a transformational difference by being hyper-personalized. On screen now, you'll see how the team tackled the problem. A AI personalized engine that acts as a central brain, constantly listening, interpreting, and deciding what to show each customer at any given time. Pulling data from multiple sources. So this could be your banking and purchasing data, so the what, the when, and the where the customers are spending. Even the likes of social activities, so signals from TikTok, Strava, or Pinterest that reveal lifestyle shifts. And then third-party apps and loyalty programs, extra context on the likes of travel, fitness, or family trends. All that information can feed into a personalization layer powered by machine learning and conversational agents that look for behavioral triggers. When it detects one, it surfaces the right product in the right moment through the right channel. For example, if someone starts shopping at baby stores, offer a family saving plan. If there's consistent transactions start appearing in a different country, recommend a low foreign exchange rate account. And if credit checks start appearing, Rightmove searches start spiking, suggest mortgage advice. These aren't guesses, they're data-backed nudges rooted in real behavior, not assumptions. So instead of marketing at scale, we're talking about relevance at scale. So let's look at these examples in a little more detail. So as I mentioned, example one is a new child product. So our AI detected increased spending at children's clothing stores and baby retailers. From that, the system inferred a life change. There's likely a new child in the family. So within seconds, it triggered relevant products, children's savings accounts, family insurance, even budgeting tips for new parents. It wasn't spam, it was timely support and customers loved it. Point two is around travel behavioral shift. So when the system noticed a pattern of consistent transactions in Spain, plus TikTok consumption switched to a Spanish travel content, it didn't just send a generic offer. It suggested a new current account, which reduced foreign exchange fees. For the customer, it felt like the bank noticed and cared. And then finally, example three, a home purchase trigger. The AI saw credit checks, property listing searches, and subscriptions to Rightmove, all signs someone was moving. It surfaced mortgage options and financial planning guidance before the customer even asked. Each of these scenarios represents what we call a primed moment, a time when relevance meets readiness. And when we tested these with customers, engagement rates jumped dramatically. The feedback was clear. When you reach me at the right time, it doesn't feel like marketing, it feels like help. So some of our customers told us, I would have absolutely reacted differently. This isn't a predictive model. It's a real time based on real time payments and real savings. And that if you're only contacting me when you actually want to, not just to call out the blue, that's a wonderful idea. And that's the heart of having context-aware personalization. It's about being considerate. It transforms marketing from interruption to intuition. It turns every touch point into a reflection of genuine understanding. And because it's powered by data that updates continuously, the experience feels alive, relevant, human. And when personalization feels like that, trust grows naturally. So it's not just customer experience, it's relationship maintenance at a digital speed. And here's one thing. If the experience ever feels fragmented, if the time is off or the data is inconsistent, the illusion of empathy will disappear instantly. So in the next section, I'm going to look at how we'll look at keeping that human feeling intact by embedding ethics, transparency, and fairness into every interaction. Up till now, we've seen how AI can make experiences feel personal, relevant, and even empathetic. But here's a truth that separates brands that truly lead from those that just experiment. Personalization fails the moment the experience feels fragmented. One tone-deaf email, one mistimed notification, a chatbot that doesn't remember your last conversation, the entire illusion of intelligence collapses. Because customers can't understand that there's a departments work separately. They experience a brand as one conversation. So if marketing says one thing and your bot says another thing and your website a third, it doesn't feel personalized, it's disjointed. So consistency isn't just an operational goal, it's an emotional one. Every touch point has to align to say, we see you, we remember you, and we respect your time. And that's how AI feels human, not just through technology, but through coherence. So this brings us on to the next part and one of the most important conversations of all, ethics. Because as AI becomes more powerful, the line between personalization and invasion gets thinner every day. AI can interpret what customers want, or it can expose things that they maybe never chose to share. And that difference comes down to intent and transparency. Customers are remarkably pragmatic about data. They're willing to share it, but only if it feels fair and respectful. If they sense they're being manipulated or that there's hidden agendas, trust evaporates instantly. So the question isn't necessarily, can we personalize this? The technology always says yes. The next real question is, should we? Ethics personalization means using data to empower, not exploit, to guide, not manipulate, and to add value, not extract it. It is the foundation of every long-term relationship in the digital age. It's also where responsible brands will win in the next decade. So let's break it down a little bit. Trust isn't built through glossy privacy policies that no one reads. It's really built through predictable honesty, customers knowing what to expect and seeing you follow through with that. This is what we would call the trust equation. So we have transparency plus control plus consistency. Transparency means being open about how data shapes the experience in plain English, not legal jargon. For example, we recommend this product because you recently used your credit card abroad, not per your consent to data sharing in clause 12b of section 22. Control means giving customers real choice, simple ways to manage their preferences, whether they want to pause personalization or set boundaries. And then consistency means holding the same ethical standards across every AI touch points. So again, it's that silo breakdown across the business, whether their interaction is web-based, whether it's on your app, whether it's with a virtual assistant, whether it's with a human, whether it's a voice assistant. If your ethics change depending on the channel, customers will notice. And once that trust is broken, technology cannot patch it back together again. So it isn't an equation that's just about good at PR, it's good business, because in the new world going forward, in the new economy, trust is a big currency for customers. Now, let's talk about something we don't address enough, which is bias. Bias is the hidden enemy of personalization. If your data is unfair, your experience will be too. AI learns from examples we give it. If those examples underrepresent certain groups or reflect historical inequalities, the AI will reinforce that quietly, efficiently, relentlessly. And that's why ethical AI isn't just a compliance issue, it should be a design principle. When we design AI systems, we have to ask 3 key questions. Who is being left out of the data set that we're using? What assumptions are baked into our recommendations? And how does our tone sound to someone outside of our core demographic? We embed what we call ethical checkpoints into the development lifecycle. So not just as a box ticking exercise, but as moments of reflection. Human-centered AI design means every algorithm, every interface, and every automated message should serve humans, not study them. It's what makes a digital experience feel human instead of mechanical. Because dignity is not a feature, it's a default we should all strive for. So here's a paradox that we need to embrace. The more we automate, the more human we must become. Innovation has given us the how, the tools, the algorithm, the speed. Ethics remind us why. So the purpose, the respect, the responsibility. Too often, these are seen as very opposing sides, when in reality, they should act as partners. The brands that will lead in the next decade won't just use AI to automate relationships, they'll use it to deepen them. So they'll treat personalization not as a marketing tick, but as a service, one that saves people time, reduces friction, and anticipates needs without overstepping boundaries. And they'll recognize that trust isn't a feature, it's the foundation that everything else stands on. So if we get this balance right, innovation with integrity, we create something remarkable. Technology that earns love, not just loyalty. And so when AI stops being a system and starts being a partner, we will really move into the next way of working. So this really isn't a story about technology. It's a story about empathy at scale. So just to recap on some key points, overstepping the mark will give our users a reason to be upset, a reason to not trust us. Using their data in a smart way, using it in the right way and ethically will mean trust is grown. Another point is making sure that across your business, any touch point uses these principles and that it's consistent for the user. Turning to hyper-personalization for a more segmented approach will drive massive value. And these are the businesses that will do well in the new age of hyper-personalization. So thank you very much. I don't know if we have some time for questions.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Sarah. Quite fascinating. As a person in marketing, thoroughly enjoyed listening to the presentation. I've got a question. We are dealing with a cohort of a new generation, which is quite privacy conscious, right? And agentic AI, as we know, is coming at the let's say you have to give away part of your data for sure. And and you actually mentioned that in the ethical part of your presentation, how do we make sure that we don't reach that uncanny valley when marketing becomes too invasive, but at the same time it is useful and generates business?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a massive thing that we will see, I think, over the next few years, where we see businesses overstepping that mark and going into the uncanny valley. Not something that we've seen so much in this industry before. But yeah, it is about that fairness of data. And I think going back to that point of only using it when it's necessary. So we probably have thousands of touch points of users. Doesn't mean that all of them are necessary. Things that aren't necessary, don't use them. And also only when we're speaking to customers, and whether this is through conversational AI or agentic AI, whichever way we're looking at it, only ask the questions that need to be asked. Do we need to know something about the customer? If not, don't ask it because it's not needed. And just stay relevant on point. So an example of this would maybe be in a conversational AI journey where a customer is asking about a returns policy. Quite simply, if the returns policy is static and doesn't change, just give them the return policy. Don't start asking questions about them like needing them to be authenticated or needing X, Y, Z, needing to know their address, because that doesn't matter. They're just asking a very simple question compared to someone who's asking a question where, they've got a very specific item that they want to return, say, and they've already specified, I want to return this item at this time. In that use case, adjust the tone on what we're asking for. Then we have to get specific. Then we need to know your address. Then we need to know when you ordered it. Then we need to know your details. It's just finding that balance about only asking questions where they're needed and getting data from the user compared to just answering a generic question. Someone might just be interested because they're looking at the website, they're thinking about buying something, they just want to know for their reference. So it's just giving that informed consent, really.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And probably, would you agree that building that trust actually takes time? Because it's quite tempting to act on the lead right away to generate, to make a buck, basically. But then, in order to avoid making it feel very predatory, does it make sense to wait until you've built a certain amount of trust with the customer and then suggest a certain product? Because what a big part that has been taken away, I suppose, and you could comment on that one as well, is the discovery phase where we used to look for something and then come across it, and now everything is just handed to us on a silver plate, so to say.
Yeah, and that
The
kind of comes
question is
back
about
to that.
timing.
Yeah, so it kind of
Mhm.
comes back to that experience loop place. So we have every interaction with the customers. So we offer, so say they're having a conversation, we're learning a little bit about them. So we take that away and put it, and we're slowly building the picture of our person. We're not straight away going, oh, you've had this conversation about this, so here's XYZ product. We're just adding little bits at a time to build a bigger picture. We don't have to dive in with recommendations every time. We just need to understand. And it's that incremental growth in understanding the user, understanding their experience, then slowly tailoring that with every experience becoming a little bit more precise over time. And that cycle should then improve both the system's intelligence. So the system knows more about you, it knows what to recommend, and it knows something to recommend at the right moment. And also it will then build the customer's satisfaction and their trust. So yeah, agree. It's about incremental growth and doing it the right way.
Thank you. Anya is my name, is asking. My question for Sarah is the following. They say every action triggers a reaction. In your opinion, how soon will this ubiquitous hyper personalization lead to something completely opposite? Will we ever crave one size fits all solution again?
It's a very interesting question. And I think it also part of individual people and groups of people will have an impact on that. I can't see it going back to a truly one size fits all approach just with what's available. Everyone's expectations have changed in not even the last decade, in the last 18, 24 months, expectations have changed and how we react. Everybody wants something that's tailored to them. They have expectations now that weren't set with the likes of, like I mentioned, everyone is using ChatGPT now. That's their expectation. They expect every conversation to act like them, know them, tailor the message to them, have context awareness. So I think it would be a gigantic step in a different direction if we suddenly had a step back to that one size fits all. I think we'll continue seeing the model evolve and change over time, but not maybe in that direction.
Thank you. I like how attendees like to put you on the spot. There's another one. Sarah, what's your view on the situation where several large companies laid off call center staff and now are hiring again? What should they have done differently?
Yes, definitely, and that's a thing we've seen in a few situations, and it's about how I see AI generally. It's not about getting rid of humans. It's about evolving how humans work, how they operate, and this includes contact centers as well. So there's some great examples where contact center staff who were on the phones have new careers in the likes of conversation design, in the likes of building chatbots. So taking these people that were on the phones and 100% know the customer experience, taking them and giving them new opportunities and new roles. So it's about evolving people. And similarly, I see contact centers becoming a place of also much more needing people with much more a certain set of skills. So less generic and everyone knows a bit of everything, people with specialist skills, and there's still that human element involved in it. So AI will take out a lot of the easy, even to more complex use cases now with back-end integrations and generative AI. But there will always be some people that will crave either the human touch or even have a query that is completely outside of the unknown that we would never train AI to work on, because quite frankly, it probably doesn't offer the return on investment on what to build it. So actually, yes, I agree. There has been situations where people have maybe been a little bit quick off the mark, thinking AI is a silver bullet to fix everything. It certainly has its prowess in certain areas, but actually not jumping the gun and dismissing staff straight away. Look at how you can retrain them, use them in different ways.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. You do look like someone who knows what they're talking about. And those points were very apt on balancing innovation and ethics in the hyper personalized market. Thanks a lot for your time. And we move on to the networking break now. So, everybody, this is the perfect opportunity to virtually stretch your legs and engage with the metaverse space. And thanks a lot for your comments. Lots of people are saying thanks to the speakers, to Sarah and the Lucian, the previous speaker as well. Lucian, thank you for answering the previous question. Please stay as active and as engaged as you are. Now, by now, I think you might find me quite annoying if I keep reminding you about customizing your avatar. If you haven't, head over to the profile icon, click on it, update your look for navigation. The same for keys, WASD, or the arrow keys, or the this little circle that you see popping on if you're using your phone. So feel free to move around, to engage, to make contacts, and I'll share a few quick ideas on how we can make the most out of this short break before we have our next speaker over. So the networking break is your prime time to hunt for those last few coins hidden around the platform. Let's look for them. The next one would be to enjoy the fun stuff we've prepared for you in the networking zone. So you can stop by to get some personalized fun message from our robot. And of course, you can hop on, if you haven't tested it, you can hop on the moving car, even with somebody. It doesn't have to be one person, to take you on a virtual cruise around the space. And the last one is to connect fun with value by exploring the Join Us social portals. You can find us on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and of course, check out the latest career opportunities on the website. Who knows? Maybe this is the sign, this is the time, this is when some big changes will happen in your life. So, if any of those opportunities spark your interest, don't hesitate to stop by the networking zone. The recruiters of Cyclum are more than happy to chat with you and offer you the details. We're going to be back at 1:30, at 13:30 Central European Time, sharp, for more cutting-edge AI insights, starting with Edge AI. Enjoy the break. Good luck with coin hunting. See you back in a jiffy. All right, folks, only 10 minutes on the clock left, and the networking zone is hopping, is buzzing. The Cyclum recruiters are camped out there. They're happy to chat, so swing by, drop by, leave your contact info, pick their brains about current projects, see what roles are on the table. And of course, don't let this opportunity to pass by. While you're at it, you see the QR code that we're showing right now. Give it a scan. It will take you to the Cyclum career page and see what's cooking. I will be back very shortly. Well, well, well. Hello again. How's it going out there? Hope you're hitting those hotkeys like pros. I'd like to check if you are using them. So let's wave right now. Press one of the hotkeys. If you're using your phone, there are some emojis there. So click on them. Let's see some reaction. Let's make use of the metaverse. If you see a crazy guy running around, that is me who has just now approached the stage. So I would like to see you wave your hands. All right. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, quick tip, we got a selfie feature in the metaverse world. If you hit the G key on your keyboard, you'll be able to grab a screenshot. So a great opportunity to later show off your lifelong learning habit in social. And of course, if you are still chasing down all 6 coins for the Whoop 5.0 bracelet drawing, now's a great time to snoop around the metaverse and finish the hunt. The drawing happens right after the last talk today, so don't miss your shot. At a, at a, in a very brief moment, we're going to continue after the conclusion of the networking part. We're going to continue with the next speaker. So stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had time to check out the activities and maybe stop by the networking zone to talk with our recruiters about what a job at Cyclum might look like. Since Cyclum is hosting today's Dev Talks, we are really focused on where practical AI is headed. And the second part of the agenda really speaks to that. We are picking things up now and shifting from architecture and personalization to the practical side, implementation, product management, and of course, ethics that keeps it all in balance, even though Sarah, for example, briefly touched upon that topic in her presentation. General reminder that the recordings will be available. You can always revisit after the conference, revisit the talks, and make sure that the most important parts stay with you. We're going to kick things off with a session on Edge AI and how to deploy smaller, faster models right where they're needed. After that, a panel will dig into how AI is changing product development and helping teams stay on top of their priorities, on top of their requirements. We'll close with a look at algorithmic oversight and the ethics of developer monitoring tools, because let's be honest, responsibility in the era of AI also has to be part of this conversation. And to get the post-break part started, please welcome Maxim Pavlov, Cyclum's AI R&D director. He spent over a decade here taking on roles from team lead and architect, the head of .NET, and now AI engineering director. He blends deep technical know-how with a real drive to innovate, and his focus is building AI and machine learning solutions that make a real difference for business. The title of Maxim's talk is Edge AI and Distributed Inference Orchestration. I think it's Edge AI and Distributed Inference Orchestration, better said. And without further ado, if Maxim would like to pop on our virtual stage, please welcome.
Hello, thank you for this warm introduction. Hello, participants. Thank you for joining this session today on the Cyclum DevTalks. Like it was said, my experience at Cyclum is rather vast. I've actually been with the company since 2013. Have occupied several roles. Most of them were technical, although probably majority of the people around right now would still remember me as head of .NET. Today, I would like to show you a rather extensive demo of how several machine learning-based tools could be used together to make something more interesting, or at least more technically interesting, beyond a simple web interface to an LLM, beyond simple chatbot. That's where the distributed inference comes in. I will introduce you to the more fundamental basics of what I'm going to talk about shortly, but just a few disclaimers to set your understanding and expectation for the next 30 to 40 minutes. All the demos I'm going to show now are equally possible to achieve in the cloud environments on a really low-end devices like Raspberry Pi. The source code for the demos I'm gonna show will be available for you to freely download from my GitHub, and the link to it will be presented here in the slides and also shared retrospectively as a follow-up to this session. So let's dive in. Let's gradually move towards those demos, which I think are the most interesting parts. I was already introduced, thus I'm gonna skip this, but let me pause over for a little bit of agenda. I'm going to briefly cover the state of edge device capabilities when it comes to machine learning workloads inference. I'm going to show you a demo how we use voice activation with machine learning backing the tool. And then we're going to do a more or less trivial speech recognition, also using machine learning tools freely available. And then we're going to use a standalone process accessed via network, which will act as a network-connected backend agent talking to an LLM inference to respond to what we verbally ask it to respond to. So it will become more evident and clear once I do the demo, but we will be stopping across those three parts: voice activation, speech recognition, and small language model inference. What I'm gonna say now, I'm gonna segment the available hardware into a lower end and a higher end edge devices. This is rather subjective because in real business setup, businesses would usually easily be able to afford higher end inference tools and hardware. Therefore, lower end is probably only for the cases where we need to have AI with a lowest power consumption. But this session is not about trying to get into the details of how much tokens we can infer from a small language model, given that we only spend 2 watts per hour. And that might be the next session we hold. But in general, I think worth noting that the LLM and in general, ML inference devices can be segmented into two sides, lower end, higher end. Raspberry Pi, Google Coral processing unit, and NVIDIA Jetson Nano, which is a very outdated dev tool, can be set on the lower end. The modern benchmarking unit is TOPS, tera operations per second. This is a very, it's not like meters per second or whatever. It's not very distinct measure unit, but still the capability of hardware when it comes to AI inference right now is measured in TOPS. And I would just like you to notice the difference that Raspberry Pi, when doing a pure CPU-based inference on machine learning models, usually we're talking about neural network type inference, we're getting basically half of TOPS. Basically, it's 500 what they called GOPS or whatever. So it's lower than basically 1 TOP. And higher end devices such as new NVIDIA Spark, it basically boosts your capability to 1,000 TOPS. So the difference in inference possibilities are dramatic, and the difference in price between Raspberry Pi 5 and NVIDIA Spark is not, it's not 1,000 times more expensive. It's maybe maybe even 20 times more expensive. Well, it's not that it doesn't matter too much right now, the price of these devices. What stands out are Apple set of hardware with their Metal GPUs. Your new Mac Minis with M4 or modern MacBook Pros, they are pretty great inference machines. Using tools like Ollama or other user-available tools for LLM and SLM inference, we can see how fast the inference actually can be if you get an Apple device. So although Apple as a company has not yet unraveled itself as an AI powerhouse, the hardware they produce is very capable in the age of AI inference. Just a few more words on what lower and higher end devices are usually used for. And for those of you who are interested more in a real business domain, the business cases that we see in Cyclone, which probably represent the real demand on the market, is for higher end device inference. And we're talking custom machine learning models, custom small language models with custom data layers on pre-trained on top of those. So in general, what business, technical implementation of this in real business, not in this demo area, which we're in during this session, lies in adding your own specific domain-specific knowledge to small language models like Microsoft's Pi 4 or other models which are good for retraining and post-training activities to add your own data to it. And businesses happily ready to use higher-end devices. I'm not touching into basically I'm not touching at all computer vision aspect, which is the very fascinating and interesting to me. But in general, business can afford higher end. I have not seen a business case, at least in my current work, where the lower end device would be mandatory for machine learning inference. But it can easily be the case for particular startups or businesses who are looking for a low-powered ML inference. Let's dive into example, because I think that's more interesting and more important for you as the listeners today. Obviously, throughout the session, feel free to ask questions. We'll cover them at the end. I want to say a few things before I actually switch to the console and we'll start doing the demo. The knowledge sharing events, which I usually hold for Cyclum or outside, I tend to focus on source code a lot. And with this session, my decision, my strong point was, we will not be looking at source code. Let's just do the demo, talk around what technology is powering this. And for any source code review needs, the viewers can just pull down the GitHub repo. And well, you probably will not be doing it manually. You'll use GitHub Copilot if you will want to do it on the web, or if you can use your coding assistant of choice to break it down how my demos work. If you are interested in replicating any of that, it's all open information. I'm not showing any novel stuff here at this point. I'm basically assembling an interesting setup given the tools we have available. So voice input and command activation. Before I actually started reviewing preparing for this demo, when I had this idea of what I'm going to show you today, I was interested in a topic: why wake word detection libraries, tools, and actually models are even there. Because can't you just do a wake word detection with your pure speech recognition? If your listening application, which has such a small footprint in memory, up to a gigabyte of RAM, can actually listen to you say anything in a selected language, why do you even need a wake word detection? And I know not all of you are probably completely with me on what I'm talking about right now. So let me break it down again. We're going to see a demo where I'm going to train a model for a custom wake word. We're going to do it right now. The wake word, once detected, will switch the system into a speech recognition mode, and it's going to listen for my input, a question or a task. After speech recognition happens, it's going to offload over the HTTP the message I'll be speaking onto the AI agent, which is running as a separate process. It can be easily running on a different machine, but for simplicity of the setup, it will all happen on my computer here. And the AI agent will actually process using React paradigm. It will reason, think, it will choose actions to make based on what I ask it to do, and it will output the response back to that application which did the speech recognition. We will not be doing text-to-speech synthesis, but that's trivial and possible to add on top of that. So why wake word? For some of you, it's obvious. Maybe I had this hint in my mind when I started, but the amount of resources required to do a rather quick and permanent wake word detection is much lower than you would need to use if you were to do a full-blown speech recognition. Therefore, in my demo, these are two separate things. We will train the wake word. The application will be waiting for me to say this wake word, and only then it will turn on the microphone to pipeline the audio data into a speech recognition, which obviously is not limited to the wake word I'm gonna train for. So let me share my my console, and I have 3 columns here, and the most left one, maybe it's the most right one for you, probably left, is the coding assistant. It's Claude Code. Never mind, we're probably not going to use it. So 2 essential elements of my demo are the inference agent, which is linked to Llama on this machine, and the actual audio model. I'm running inference agent. The source code for these tools is available on GitHub. I'm gonna just run the agent so that the listener there, and once our voice, the tool that deals with voice is ready to communicate to it, it will just have an endpoint that works. By the way, the current model, which is loaded, is Gemma 312b, so it very well can be considered a small language model. The agent here, and you're gonna see it reason and respond to my audio activated client, does almost full React. It basically reasons about the request I'm giving it. It chooses either to provide a final answer or do a tool call. It does a tool call, evaluates its observations about the response of this tool. I'm going to show it to you. It's going to be more vivid on the demo. Let's do the audio part. Let me start the Python script, which is essentially the application. Before the session, I've been testing it with a custom wake word, which was Hello Friday. And we need to basically train a new one. I could have used Hello Friday, but then I don't show you how easy and fast the training is on the MacBook Pro. So that's the hardest part. I need to figure out the word. So I'll say it's gonna be hello Sunday, the day after tomorrow. Now, bear with me. I'm gonna be saying hello Sunday 5 times. It's gonna be rather awkward, but it's not gonna take us longer than probably 20 seconds or so. Once I have provided 5 of my samples how I say this wake word, the script is gonna do the synthetic word generation, synthetic audio generation on the background, so that the wake word model that we train has much more than simply 5 samples. Otherwise, it will not do a good job doing the wake word detection. Let me show you the demo, and probably then I'll cover you some details, or maybe some details will be undeveloped during the question session. So I've chosen the wake word to be hello Sunday. Let me train it. Okay, I should be saying it. Hello Sunday. Hello Sunday. You know what? There is a problem. My microphone is right now occupied by Zoom, a Zoom that I'm using to communicate with you. So this kind of breaks my demo. Let's see if I have the voice part ready. Oh no, I don't have it. That's an interesting situation. Give me a second, guys. That's a real technical challenge we're seeing here. Let me mute my mic and see if it will become available to my system. So never mind the silence for the 20 seconds. Please relax. I'm going to try to do this recording, and then I'm going to unmute and continue talking to you, okay? I'm going to explain what's happening here. That's very interesting. Nope, it's not working because Zoom is occupying my microphone. Let me try a different one. I'll switch to my. Just a second. No. So it's interesting. The situation where I basically need to disconnect and reconnect. I didn't expect this to happen. So let's see. Can you recover my previous wake word recorded? As I'm having trouble with my mic. Let's see. it would be such a shame if I don't show you the full demo. I think in order to do it, I'm going to need to disconnect and reconnect, but that's the worst case scenario. Let's see if AI agent is able to actually recover the session I have. Oh, cool. Let's do. Can you make hey?
Disconnect for 2-3 minutes. That's fine. We can allow that to make sure that you have a proper demo ready.
Yeah, and by the way, thank you for saying that. I'm gonna do it in case my Claude Code is not able to recover my previous ones. So let's give it a try. I'd hate it to disconnect from the
No
session
problem.
and then reconnect. But
No
let's
problem
see.
at all. Just let me know, and just in case. All right.
Sure. But thank you for listening. You clearly understand the challenge I'm facing here. One microphone. If I were actually doing this on a separate device, I wouldn't be in this situation because the microphone would be free. Okay, let me try again. So, hey Friday. So guys, I strongly encourage you, even though we had this little hiccup right now, to try the source code I'm sharing and to see the speed at which you can train your own wake word on your computer. All the instructions are there in the source code repo. The training on an M4 CPU, GPU on the MacBook Pro happens basically within 30 seconds. So it's very fast. On Raspberry Pi, it takes 3 minutes to train a custom wake word in the setup. I have like settings I have in the code. But for now, we need to omit trainings because I simply can't. Oh no, it's not gonna listen. Okay, guys, bear with me. Let me see if my demo works now because microphone will still be a problem with this. Hold on. I use existing model. Yes. Okay. So, hello. Hey, Friday. Oh, it detected. Great. You see, it does the recognition. Let's do the normal. Let's do the normal demo now. So we know that the problem we faced is only at wake word training stage. Assume that we trained Hey Friday as the wake word. It will not. The script will not be reacting to anything else. I'm gonna say, yep, and it's now listening. And the moment I'm gonna say the wake word, I'm not saying it not to trigger it. It's gonna actually start speech recognition. The agent here is just waiting for me to finish saying things in the voice module so that it can process. I'm gonna say a wake word now, and I'm gonna give an agent a task. So bear with me. Hey, Friday, what is the weather in San Francisco? We can see an agent actually pick up the request. It has a synthetic tool called getWeather, and it has called this tool from the source code, and it has provided us the response. It basically just told us, okay, it keeps on doing the okay, and now it's back into wake word. That's great. Anyways, let's review what happened here because that's important. I have said the wake word and I asked it, what is the weather in San Francisco? And it has actually called the internal tool and generated response and sent it back over the network to appear here. That was the first response here. The weather in San Francisco is sunny, blah, blah, blah. That's a synthetic tool. Now let me say, hey, Friday again. List files in the current directory. Do not use recursion. All good. It's working. Here it is. So let's. I will not be saying the wake word, but let's review what happened here, because it's no longer a synthetic tool call. It was a real one. I basically said list files in the current directory do not use recursion. I did not type it. Speech recognition module actually picked it up. It has coerced so basically the speech recognition module I'm using, it's called WOSC, and it listens to me, it infers what it hears, and then it maybe fixes some things which are common mistakes in its model recognition. So list files in the current directory do not use recursion was something that was a request into our React agent. React agent thought that it analyzed the request, and its decision was to call shell command lsl. It did call it. It was important to tell it not to use recursion, otherwise it might have assumed it needs recursion, and it would have simply generated us a huge response. For the demo, it's bad. So it analyzed the files in the current directory, and it has responded those in a form of a final answer over the network. So this was the agent's response. Now let's quickly review what happened. And by the way, I hope you have seen how fast it was. Yes, there was like a moment or so, maybe 8 seconds, when we were waiting for step 2 to finish, but it wasn't even obvious when the response was sent back between the columns here, because it continues to listen. Interesting. You see how much it has listened. Let me stop it. So that basically brings us to the aspect of the topic, which is the orchestration. Let me break it down which orchestration happens here, because by this time on the screen it's a mess, and not all of you are able to see all of the details from the screen well, but all you need is to listen to me describe what's happening. We have a classical conventional application that uses 2 machine learning tools, wake word detection using open wake word and speech recognition using WOSC, in order to orchestrate a process of being activated only by a given wake word, which we, by the way, can train. That's the only thing that didn't work. The microphone was not captured because it was occupied by Zoom when we did the training. Maybe I even assumed it doesn't work. It might have actually worked, because speech recognition, as we have seen, works well. So in any case, orchestration is conventional application part of the script. We kick off the wake word training, then we listen for the wake word once it's detected. And by the way, you can see that the confidence of the detected wake word is rather low. So the system is only 35% confident that I actually have said, "Hey, Friday." But my tests show that almost anything above 35 will not introduce false positives. It will actually work pretty well to filter out everything unless you say an activation word. After this, the script kicks in a different neural network inference mechanism, which is WOSC. And this one is trained to detect any English language speech, or I can choose a different language, load a model, and it will work equally well. And only after it hears a pause that I have basically finished speaking something, it will make a normal conventional HTTP request to localhost port 8000, where our agent is listening for requests, to simply parse what was said. And the agent, it's a topic for my previous knowledge sharing event in Cyclum, where we reviewed how different approaches to build React agents without using third-party tools like LangChain, LangGraph. As you will see, if you end up inspecting the source code, this React agent is purely Python agent. There are no imports, but actual language model inference happens via Ollama. So 3 neural networks worked here to make this possible: wake word detection network, speech recognition network, and small language model inference on a different process. Orchestration between them, the fact that we were saying things verbally end agent was thinking about those and returning us the responses. That's the orchestration which in any form, any tool, any wearable device, smart home, things like this happen under the hood there. There is no magic here. I believe still LLMs feel like magic. Everything else is just conventional programming. But it's still quite fascinating how efficient all of this can be while only running here locally on a simple machine, which is a work laptop. And I can tell you on Raspberry Pi, it is not much more slower. Yes, inference obviously is slower. And if you do orchestration, you probably should do LLM inference either in the cloud or in a more capable edge device. But things like Raspberry Pi are more than enough for wake word detection and speech recognition. I don't know how much time we have, whether I should switch to the rest of my presentation, or should we move to questions and give more time if we have questions? Could someone help me with that? Do we have questions? Then I think let's proceed to questions, and maybe I'll cover topics along the way. Okay.
All right, thanks. Fantastic, Muslim. Thanks a lot. And people are asking what the link to the repo, if possible. They also ask to increase the size of the code a little bit to make it more visible in the metaverse. But that's moot already. I don't think it's relevant anymore. And people are asking about the source code. And Xenia has already responded that it will be sent after the event. So it looks like people are really eager to try it out on their devices.
Yes, thank you for reading those. The QR code you see is actually a link to the GitHub repo, and you can get the source code even now. Again, I encourage you not to try to review those two scripts, inference agent and voicepart.py yourself. Use a coding assistant, as you probably would, and just ask it. Give me a review of what's happening here in those scripts, and any capable coding assistant will simply give you a starting point to dive deeper. But this can easily be an easy start for your home automation project. But rest assured, you usually need either to be close to a mic if you are using something very primitive like a microphone on your laptop. If you want a device to hear you across the room, you need things like microphone arrays, and therefore you probably need a specific hardware for that. But those are not expensive. Those are plug and play devices, depending on based on what main hardware unit you want to build your automation on. You can get mics for it, and it will work pretty neatly. How much time do I have? Maybe I go back and actually do the trick.
We can take one more question, and then you can return and proceed with the demo, I guess. All right. So there's a question: okay, cool. Has the implementation been tested on infrastructure for the automation, and do you have any use cases of the project?
This has been tested on Raspberry Pi 5, which is normal if you get a reliable persistent storage, a normal environment for your home projects of automation of your smart home. That's not for like more reliable enterprise grade infrastructure automation. This is a synthetic demo for us to review how capable low end and higher end devices are when it comes to machine learning inference. And the conclusion, which should be obvious by this point, is quite capable, especially when we have a few users. So the ChatGPT and other assistants in the cloud require an enormous amount of compute because there are enormous amount of people using them simultaneously. When it comes to basically you as a user or your family as a user, modern low-end devices usually provide more than enough firepower for you to run your ML inference at home with a really low requirements to compute.
All right.
Since, yeah, go ahead.
Let's take another one, or would you like to show us something more?
No, I think if we have questions, let's go through questions and that's it. Guys will easily
Okay.
be able to test it on their devices. Yes, please go ahead.
All right. One from Crooked Eagle. What are the systematic trade-offs between computational efficiency, data privacy, and model accuracy in resource-constrained edge AI deployments?
So that's a good question. That's a well-modeled question. Thank you for asking it. Let's really, I'll try to be explicit in explaining this, but the next maybe even 2 years of innovation will be about how companies are building their agents and what is the actual thinking, reasoning, acting loop of the agent is. Because it's right now we have established markets like car manufacturing, and we know that some brands are better at something than the others, or we can say that modern car manufacturers are almost on par in quality. We will get to that point with agents, but these topics like data privacy and other aspects just asked in a constrained environment of an edge devices, it gets down to us having enough compute to still be quick to respond. And I mean, for agent to be quick to respond, but for us to be able to add different layers of subchecks during the response generation. Like if some of you have in mind the vision or understanding how compliance checks can happen, for instance, you have an agent which has collected the input requirements, has done some reasoning and tool calling, but before sending out the response to the final requester or to another agent in a multi-agent system, we need to apply some privacy checks or maybe some enforcement of policies for this agent. And that's another subcall to LLM with a different prompt saying, here is the response I've generated. Can you say, does it comply with the policies? Here are the list of policies. This all creates an avalanche of compute requests to the LLM inference. But as long as we understand that this particular agent will be running on this particular inference capacity, we still are able to basically have compliant, private, and very snappy responding agents. So far, I haven't seen the struggle unless we're talking about really low-end devices. Obviously, you will not get efficient small language inference on Raspberry Pi when we're talking about 12 billion parameter model. But unless you need a really cheap or a power efficient device, you will still be able to architect your agent so that it complies with what you want and still operates fast.
And since it is a small language model, right, its capacity will be also limited to a certain set of tasks, I assume.
That's a good question. In general, the model sizes, so like Gemma is a open source model from open weights model from Google. It shares the same ancestry with Gemini. And I wouldn't say that Gemma is probably trained on a subset and possesses less knowledge. It's just less precise. That's a generic but interesting question. So far, we observed models not knowing less. They just are less precise and verbal in their responses if their weights count is lower, which makes a small language model. Some argue that 70 billion parameter models are also small language model. Those models are almost indistinguishable from a normal ChatGPT we expect to respond to us online or in a desktop app. So no, they don't know a subset of knowledge. They just are not so wordy, chatty.
I see. Thanks a lot, Maxim. There is only one question that I probably overlooked. Somebody's asking, what is IDE? I dare assume that's integrated development environment, because that was mentioned in your presentation. IDE.
I don't know if it Yeah, IDE is a development environment, but to assemble these demos, I only used Claude Code and particular like research and knowledge I had. So now no specific IDE was used, but that's just my preference. I do it in the terminal, but I occasionally still use Visual Studio Code if I need to do tweaks or review the structure of the code base myself.
All right. Thanks a lot. And that's all for questions. If you have any closing remarks, now is the time.
Not sure I do. Please try it out. It's interesting and fascinating how performant your home computer is when it comes to machine learning inference.
Thanks a lot, Maxim. Thanks a lot for your time and for fantastically managing everything, because no demo is a real demo if nothing breaks or pops up at the end, and you managed to do it. So thanks a lot for your time. And we encourage everyone to follow the QR and test that thing out.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Maxim. All right. Up on the agenda, up next, we are in for a big treat. Now, it's not just one speaker, but we have a panel discussion that is waiting for us. And before we dive in, let me check what's happening in the chat. All right. Thank you, Max. Thank you very much. People are appreciative of your demo, of the knowledge you shared. I'd like to remind everybody to be active through the chat, through your reactions. You can check out our CoinQuest corners. You can network at the same time. Another one from Stormy Mantis. Thank you, Maxim. Yeah, Maxim is a real star. Anyway, so let's move on and take a look at our agenda. All right. So before we invite our panelists, it's important to remind everybody that at Cyclone we don't just talk about AI, we build it. So Cyclone is actively hiring AI specialists and is heavily investing in educational programs on this topic for its employees as well. So if you're looking for a place to grow your AI, be part of this AI revolution, not my favorite expression, but it is a revolution, or upskill your tech career with a powerful community, you are in the right spot. Don't forget about the recruiting zone. So all the details, all the information that you need is going to be there. And to the fun stuff, this is your last chance to finalize your coin quest. Ensure you have found all 6 coins and filled out the form to qualify. The draw for the whoop, if you need a whoop, if you want a whoop, it's a pretty great tool for tracking your health and getting and improving your overall well-being in general. So the draw will happen at 4:05 by Central European Time. And thanks for staying with us. All right. And let me check what you are saying. Okay, thanks for the great answers. All right. Fantastic. Okay, so without any hesitation, let's dive right into it. Panel discussion is titled How AI is Transforming Product Development. And our panelists are first, Olga Artemasova, Global Head of Business Analysis, COE. Olga brings extensive experience across multiple domains and specializes in designing AI-powered yet human-driven products that effectively bridge business goals with real user needs. Next up is Sasha Lebedeva, our expert product designer. She's a seasoned professional. She excels at translating complex business objectives into clean, intuitive, cohesive, pleasant product experiences. Her insights on generative UI and its impact on design workflows will be very on point and very valuable. And our third panelist is Esther Svetlana Korovochkina, Product Director at Cyclum. 16 years, can you imagine that? 16 years in product management. With that experience, she helps global clients achieve product market fit. She has led the creation of everything from predictive analytics to generative AI experiences. And I'm going to be heading over to the moderator. You remember Lucian from the previous talk, head of data science and AI at Cyclum. So over to him to moderate the panel discussion.
Hello, thank you very much, and hi everyone, hi again. I'm really happy actually. I didn't have the chance to tell this first time, but I'm happy to see such a full room of for a topic like this. And let's be honest, these topics today are reshaping how we all build products. So we are here to talk about how AI is transforming product development. So not just in theory and not just coding, but we are talking about like real, practical, and challenging ways that our teams and everyone's teams experience this transformation. So we brought here a group of people, of experts who uh, live this transformation every day. So each of them have a different angle. So we have business analysis, we have design perspective, we have product strategy, and of course the all with respect to AI transformation within product development lifecycle or software development lifecycle, and actually all our work as IT software professionals. So thank you all for being here. Stay with us for the next almost 1 hour of interesting topics and discussions and potentially debate. So before we jump into the discussion, I want to give each of our speakers a moment to ground us in the perspective that they bring to these topics. So AI is definitely reshaping the product development from different angles, like from starting the discovery phases, starting the design part, analysis and delivery part of building a project. Now, each of our panelists have a unique way, and each of you as participants have your unique way of working with these new tools and platforms. And some of you even asked about what are our favorite tools, right? So we will address this, of course, today later. Let's start actually with the way that AI is changing the early stages of building a product. So basically, we are talking about the discovery work, the business hypothesis, and the first steps that are shaping the ideas and transform these ideas into the future product. So Esther, hello. You spent a lot of time working with teams and the very beginning of the product initiatives. So from your perspective, what is the biggest change and how teams start building products today with AI? And what is this when AI is part of the toolkit? No, I'm not asking about the whole life cycle yet. We'll have this topic a bit later, but I just need from your side the first spark where an idea becomes something testable, and yeah, there you go.
Hello, everyone. Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm a product director at Cyclum. I've been doing product management for the last 18 plus years. And what we are actually now observing, Lucian and everyone else, we are observing a revolution. It reminds me of revolution when we all kind of switched from waterfall to agile, and then lean product management emerged. And now the idea of lean product management is kind of iterate fast, make your mistakes fast, and build something, build MVP, put it in the market, and kind of find out if it has a business value, if you have a product market fit. So what is happening now, instead of building the full MVP, we now can afford ourselves, because of AI tooling, to have something in between idea, clickable prototype, and MVP, what we would call AI POC, AI built proof of concept. So here, all the tooling like Lovable and all the vibe coding tooling are immersing and actually allows businesses to evaluate their ideas, have an idea of if the product market fit to be found or not quite faster. And that allows us to iterate faster. And it's a whole game changer in the product development life cycle. And I'm sorry, Lucian, you asked me to talk a little bit about like something, but I cannot talk about some tools, like separately when we observe such revolution in product development life cycle.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. I will get back to you, Esther. Now, once we understand a bit that the shift in the discovery is definitely here, the next natural step is how these first concepts evolve visually and experimentally. So, Sasha, I would like to invite you on the stage, and you've been working with hands-on with AI-powered design tools. So, tell us how the design process itself is changing, and especially how quickly these teams can now move from a user scenario to something that is like clickable and testable, something that also Esther mentioned earlier.
Hi, everyone. So honestly, the shift towards AI tool usage and leverage, it's transformed the speed of our work tremendously. And for example, before you had to do everything manually, early concepts do these black and white wireframes to test them out and so on. Right now, after conducting basic desk research, what you can do, you can create a scenario for first-time user, for example, and put it, for example, to ChatGPT to create a prompt for Lovable or Figma Make. And then you like instantly you get a clickable version that covers this scenario in full color, with full interaction, with real data or close to real life content. So instantly you already have something clickable, something visual, and something to look at for non-visual people. So it works perfectly with stakeholders. It works perfectly with early testing with users. You already get the gist of what product might look like, just with basic clicks and really fast output, as well as at the same time you can generate multiple ideas to test them side by side. So when it comes to concept testing and creation, AI speeds up our process tremendously, creates real life outcome, even coded versions, which is, I'd say this is amazing. That saves our time like tremendously, and it helps us to focus on other things that matter that we're going to talk about later.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for your introduction, Sasha. Now, once the concepts take shape, someone has to carry them across the rest of the life cycle. So it's research, it's the requirements part, it's the estimates, and the delivery ultimately, right? So now, Olga, you've been working across the full SDLC for a while. Please walk us through how AI is influencing everything from pre-sales, documentation, breakdown, estimation, and of course, creation of the user stories.
Yeah, hello everyone. Happy to be here. We, as business analysts, work really with the whole life cycle at all phases, starting from the very beginning, from pre-sales, discovery, throughout the whole life cycle. So we now apply UI in research, market research, competitor research, user research, whatever research we have, we apply UI there. Then we need to scope, right? We need to understand what we're going to build. And here, AI helps us a lot, really. We need, previously, we needed to learn tons of documentation. Now we still need to do it, but now we can structure it in a more faster way. We can now like talk with documentation, not only read it, but talk to it, ask proper question, get answer really quick. And it allows us to speed up these processes and make it like in a more tight time frames, get really precise result with the scope. And then we can like having these tools, it's like working with a team of business analysts, like we're communicating all together and doing this stuff together. So we're using AI now with these stuffs, and as you said, with breakdown, with estimation, when it comes to the delivery phase. we're using it for like communication with the team, for driving refinement, for like keeping healthy backlog, for of course for writing user stories or whatever type of documentation we have in the project, depending on the context, of course. And what also really important here, it allows us to keep a very, very high quality, because we can again talk to our documentation and like double check, triple check, against the quality standards, for example, invest for user stories and something like this. And also it allows us to ensure a very good traceability, because in normal life before like AI era, usually let's like be honest with you, in the majority teams, in the majority of projects, traceability topic always like is being postponed for someone later, when we have more time, when we can do it. But now we can do it really fast with the help of AI.
Thank you very much, Olga. I also appreciate that you're honest with me. I think always the relation between developers and BA was critical on rolling out the products. Now, okay, so what I really love about this perspective is that the three perspective of you are connecting this all directions, from validating an early idea, shaping it visually, then it's taking it the way to the delivery. Now that we've heard this foundation, let's open up the conversation, and I would love to start with Sasha. You work the intersection between the design and the engineering, right? So basically, materializing these ideas passes sometimes, or most of the cases, through visualizations. So you see how these ideas move from drafts to real products. And now my question is, from your experience, do AI generated assets like requirements, prototypes, designs, do they accelerate or complicate the hands-off to development?
Good question. So as I talked before, when it comes to early stages, it helps a lot. It speeds up tremendously a lot of aspects of production, of design, of creating visual assets as well. But when it comes to looking forward toward delivery, AI is still struggling with consistency. It still lacks the catching up the level of details, especially when it comes to, for example, visual design. There are still a lot of glitches. Therefore, manual work and manual, like human in the loop is very important here in order to see and direct the outcome for the development. Additionally, I'd say that there is a disalignment with when it comes to creating design systems and based on them creating any design assets. That's still in very early stage of quality. And additionally, when it comes to more complicated things such as animations or videos or any sorts of visual production, we have AI tools such as Runway ML or Gemini that can create you some sort of visual assets. But I'd say that at this point, when it comes to real good quality for mature product, they're still lacking that level of detail and that level of consistency and close to real life appearance. So yeah, I'd say that we still rely on human craft heavily in this case.
Yeah, interesting perspective. By the way, Sasha, so you mentioned that AI still has inconsistencies. Now, my question, and I would like to challenge you in this regard, do humans have inconsistency as well, or not that much?
They do. But when it comes to creating something from scratch by yourself, you can always get back to it, analyze it. You have it all placed in front of you. So you have an ability to judge and to critically think about what do you have on your hands right now. When it comes to AI, you just see you have some sort of reasoning, but sometimes the reasoning and the outcome, they mismatch. So AI can make like silly jokes with you from time to time, and it's really hard to check on that. So when it comes to, for example, product development, AI can create you a pattern, but it cannot ensure that this pattern is being consistently used through various parts of the product itself.
Yeah, I understand that. On the other hand, I think I can also argue in favor of building reflection patterns, AI agents, like I mentioned earlier in my talk. But yeah, let's continue for now. We'll get back to this. Esther, I would like also to bring you into the stage back. So you've been very focused on how AI reshapes the structure and rhythm of the product work overall. So from your perspective, how different is it now to build AI-powered products versus running an AI-powered product development lifecycle? So what changes? What stays the same? How are
So
these things
yeah,
transforming?
yeah. So that's kind of what I want to bring into the conversation is when we say AI, product development together, we should distinguish two main things, like two streams. So first, we all started to adopt AI tools. And I saw the question in the chat from our listeners. Thank you for asking us. Do clients expect cheap and fast results because of AI tools? Yes, of course, they do expect us to work faster. So basically delivering more results within the same amount of time. But on the other hand, we also, as a company, do set very clear expectations how AI basically influenced our terms and how how it empowers us. For example, for discovery, it can allow us to cut on time up to 25%, and yada yada yada. We have it split for each type of activity that we do for the clients by adopting the tools. On the other hand, we should talk about end users of our products, and the further we go, the more of expectation from the users we will see for hyper personalization, right? It means that everything becomes AI powered. We, for example, developed a search, Gen AI search function for one of our products for top 3 venture capital firms in the world. Before actually ChatGPT created that kind of search bar in all the browsers. So because people want that, people want hyper personalization. So yeah, now it is a thing, and we need to work towards it. We need to understand users, and when the younger users will come into power, we should expect them. They are AI native, those who are now, I don't know, teenagers, 18 years old, they live with AI. They are native to that technology. It's like Gen Z who are native to internet technologies, right? Now we have a full new generation. I don't know how they will kind of act in life yet. It's not clear, but we do know they will want us to have this kind of interfaces everywhere, to have everything, to have systems, understand, anticipate what they want, empathize with them on an absolutely new level. And we need to think about new types of interface, because that's not the usual interface that we are used to. It's something, I think it will be something completely different. By the way, Sasha, if you can comment here, it would be great.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to add here. Recently, one of our colleagues shared this thought about generative UI, that there is like one of the theories that what it might look like basically when you adjust any product based on your needs, and the whole UI adjusts how you set it up. Here, I'd like to point out that one side of things is when I want to adjust it myself, but we know people are lazy. Therefore, we'd like to have things being adjusted for us by default without extra work from our side. So I think it's going to be an interesting era for us to understand and predict for each person what would be their preferable look and feel of the products that they use. So yeah, I think it's going to be a fun journey.
Now, thank you. Actually, I love that you brought this idea of AI native new generation. On the other hand, what's fascinating, I believe, it's the current AI landscape is still shaped by our generation, right? By the generation of current professionals. So basically, we have to work together, more or less, right? Okay, yeah. Anyway, thanks. Very interesting perspective, both. Now, Olga, there is a lot of conversation, of course, about AI reshaping the roles, and I have a challenging question for you. It's also covering the new generation and the current generation, but it's especially focused on analysis and documentation part, right? Do you see that AI, or do you believe that AI is strengthening the partnership between the developers and the business analysts, or it's redefining it entirely?
Okay, it's a very good question. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Again, to be honest with you, as I usually do, I don't think that it really somehow redefine our relationship, because we still do what we do, and we still need to communicate to each other, and this, like, let's say, human part of our relationships remains the same. Moreover, I would say it even increases, because there is, like, under the hood, this AI craziness happens, and we need to communicate even more to, like, handle it, manage it, somehow orchestrate all this madness, right? So that's how our roles, I believe, are reshaped now. And what else I would like to highlight here in terms of reshaping, if whatever role it is, business analyst, somewhat engineer, QA engineer, developer engineer, even product manager, designer, whoever, if they are curious enough, they will be now, with the help of AI, going, like, beyond their role. Like, we are starting coding using vibe coding, right? Developers starting using prototypes, not only like code prototypes, but also visual prototypes. So we are starting doing each other stuff right now. And it's not competition. We're not stealing each other's work. We are trying, like, to be more collaborative. We're trying to speed up our processes. So if I, like, come to developer as a business analyst and ask, hello, John, could you please create for me this and that? I want this to be like this, so that I will show this to customer. It will take ages. But when I already try to do something on my own, and I will come to this John already with something predefined, prepared, some prototypes, some vibe coded something, our conversation will start from another level from the very beginning. And that's what I believe the main important thing, which is reshaped now.
Yeah, interesting. And on the other note, BAs are starting now vibe coding more and more. On the other hand, you mentioned earlier, like developers start chatting more with the documentation. So it's somehow the distance it's shrinking between these two teams. And yeah, very 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 well said, Olga. Thank you very much. Now let's
If you
move
do,
into. Sorry.
can I just make a short
Absolutely.
remark?
Sure.
For last year, I think it was the tremendous amount of startups that were one-man band startup. And I think that's because of AI tools emerging. So basically to kind of now to become a startup, you just you can be whoever from high tech world, right? You can be a developer. Okay, I go into product management in ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever kind of Gen AI tool, yada yada. So that's kind of, we are about to go into a completely new era
but
of
you
startup.
can do it only
Yeah.
Until some point.
Absolutely.
But after, you still need the team, of course.
Scaling that is the problem. Yeah.
Once you wanna scale, and that here I'm talking about like pre-seed pre-seed stage startups. So when it's kind of nothing in there, it's a lot of kind of startups that built by one man. But then of course when it goes to scaling, you cannot kind of avoid to have a team. Thanks God. We still need to talk to each other because I love talking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely scaling. It's still a challenge, and that's why many people are probably also skeptical to adopting AI because they cannot scale it that easy as they would expect. That's actually our job as a company, as Cyclum. Like that's what we do. We build enterprise degree software using AI native delivery, right? Now, let's move into something that both design and analysis teams feel very strongly. So I would like to ask both Olga and Sasha. You each work in different ends, right? But both of you see how AI is reshaping the workflow in very concrete ways. So from your experience, have you replaced any previous steps or deliverables because of AI or only optimized them? Maybe
Let me
Olga, you can.
start.
Oh, Sasha, sure.
Yeah, I'll start because I'd like to talk about the early stages of product when we talk about discovery. So while we've talked about this tremendous work that AI could do for us and simplify a lot of things for us, we are user-centered people who create user-centered products. So in the end, we talk with real people. In the end, we talk with the real customers. While AI can create for you some proto-personas, it could simplify desk research for you. You could easily find, okay, what's find a lot of information for specific domain, specific product, do like tremendous desk research and understanding of a problem quite fast. But when it comes to literally solving some problems, AI cannot solve these problems in the best manner. It can solve it in a way that what was being solved before. And if you want to duplicate and make clones of one product and create the same product for ourselves, okay, we can do that. But why we create products? We create them because there are existing problems that we need to solve. There is a specific demand that we need to fill out. And without actual people, without actual users, we cannot achieve the outcome that we strive for. Therefore, I would say that the process remains the same. We still talk to users, we still talk to businesses, we still try to understand what's the issue, what is this hidden inside on particular problem, because in many cases the solution might not be obvious. In many cases you have to look on the problem from like other perspective, and AI cannot solve it in this non-obvious way. It could lead you, it could give you materials and existing things, but you still have to proceed with let's call it OG approach, where you follow all steps of processes for continuous discovery, continuous delivery cycle. So that's my
So you would
word.
rather say that basically you optimize these previous steps, but you do not necessarily replace them or skip any previous step, like traditional step without AI, right?
Yes, because like from my experience, and not just the product, like also as a visual designer, I do a lot of things from graphic point of view when it comes to creating visual assets from simple icons to exhaustive video animations. When it comes to like again doing something generic, it does the job. But if you want to stand out, if you want to do something very nice, you cannot replace. You can simplify it, you can ease it up, you can automate, speed it up, but you cannot do it in the end. It will not give you the desired outcome, unfortunately. You're on mute.
We cannot hear you, Ushan.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Let's hear Olga's perspective. So from BA perspective, have you replaced these steps or just optimize them as well as Sasha mentioned?
Actually, I can't agree more. It's absolutely the same from the BA perspective. We're not dropping any stages, any activities, any artifacts. We are not replacing them with something new. For now, we're just only optimizing them, speeding them up, like doing them maybe more in looking, more in like more in percepted, let's say, right? So we still need to do what we need to do. We need to analyze requirements. We need to talk to our clients or customer of our clients, right? We cannot drop these activities. We need to write our documentation. Yes, of course, AI tools significantly speed up these processes for us. But we can come up with a structure. We need to set up the ground for it. Still, we're doing our work, our steps, our stages. So a lot of optimization, a lot of like collaboration and all of this stuff. But still, the steps, the activities remain the same. That's like only I can say, and only can support Sasha in her words.
Yeah, I think that helps. Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to add to Ola's, for example, one of the recent projects we've been working on together, we were using AI a lot, but when it comes to it was like a specific domain with a real niche knowledge base that you cannot retrieve from AI at all. You can get this information only from subject matter experts, from people who work in the industry. So again, when it comes to broader spectrum, we can do a lot of things, but when it comes to really like close, complicated subjects, only talking to people, only talking to knowledge holders, you can get this information, the crucial information.
Yeah, I wanna.
Sorry, let me go first to support this specific project and specific case. On the bright side, like from AI perspective, AI allowed us to set up this frame very well structured and gather this first layer of information, because we were like completely new to this domain, and it was like a specific country, specific domain. We did know like nothing at that point of time. And when we came to the stakeholders, to SMEs, we were talking more or less like the same language. And this was a very, very big help from AI perspective.
Yeah, I just want to make a kind of short remark. In general, what I noticed, when AI is real help when we immerse ourselves in new domains, right? Because again, the nature of our work, we jump onto projects from one project to another project. And that's why I always say Sequum is a great place to work, because you can change your job without changing a real job. And it's very interesting, and you immerse yourself in the new domain. But where AI has a natural limitation is something that is not that widely discussed in the open source internet, right? So when it goes to a deep B2B processes where there is no Reddit, page discussing that processes, you probably will expect that what you get from any GenAI tool is a big questions that needs to be validated with subject matter experts. And that's where I put a big warning sign. So if you are talking about B2C and there is plenty of people discussing it out there in the internet everywhere, then yes, you can kind of trust that outcomes, that outputs of GenAI as a response to your prompts. But when it goes to deep B2B processes, I warn you, double check everything, triple check everything with subject matter experts.
Yeah, absolutely. Great points. And I believe what's insightful here, now that we have all the three perspectives, is that probably everyone have asked before themselves about these questions, and maybe there is even a fear of missing out. Like you feel sometimes that you cannot work, you cannot be like as productive as you expect by using an AI tool, and then you believe maybe it's only me or it's not. Maybe others have the same situation. So now, thanks to your answers, I think we confirm that everyone tackles these problems, and everyone still uses human expertise to double check, to validate both human and AI outputs. And now, since we are here, still the problem emerges. It's how to scale this further, because as per both you, Esther, and Olga, you mentioned that you have now to validate everything more and more, of course, right? But you have more things to validate than before, actually, because we produce more content, we produce more code. It's helping us because yeah, we are moving faster. But what about validation? Is this like the the testing and QA part might become now a bottleneck? And from your perspective now, how do you stay confident that on your own work, right, the quality doesn't decrease while the quantity increases dramatically? Olga or Esther or Esther or even Sasha, like everyone invited.
Let me start. So yeah, AI allows us to go infinite on our ideas, on what can come into our minds. We are not, even if we want to be narrow-minded, we just can't. If we use GenAI tools, it gives us all the perspectives from all the, 360, like everything and everything. So yeah, we have tons of ideas. The most important thing that we have to stick to is prioritization with our clients. And prioritization is always built on the foundation of product vision and strategy. So first thing first, what we do with our clients when the client comes to us with an idea, I want to build product X for users, Y, yada yada. What we do, we say, okay, let's sit together and let's talk about the product vision. So from now, like 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 3 years from now, what the product will look like. What is the value that you want to bring there? And sometimes we even make a step back to business, like pure business. What is the business strategy there? What is the business impact? Where are you moving for? Why are you thinking about building this particular idea? And then from that kind of business idea, we move towards a product idea, towards a product vision. And then the product vision and the product strategy are used for very natural way to prioritize further ideas to be discovered and then built and then kind of, brought into delivery. And then when we kind of have ideas, so we prioritize ideas for the product, then we use user research as a next filter. Okay, we have we have this product idea that actually contributes to the product vision and strategy. We can make this idea this big or this small. How we decide? We decide based on user research outcomes. And then when it goes to that solutioning, I will pass my words to Ola, because then it's the next step, right?
Yeah,
Whatever idea is.
Is
then we
BA
need
aligned
again.
with this, Olga?
Yeah, absolutely aligned. We always, as we are all three of us from the same service line, we're working under the same umbrella, we cannot be unaligned because otherwise we cannot work together, you see. Jokes aside, I agree with Esther, absolutely. And what I would like to highlight here in terms of quality, getting back to the initial question, my favorite phrase recently is we're all so excited about artificial intelligence now. So I just repeat to all my counterparts, please do not forget about regular intelligence. Do not forget to use your brain, please, guys. So we trust so much these AI tools, their outputs, not outcomes, but outputs. There might be without a bit of value in them, with a lot of hallucinations, a lot of, wanted to say a bad word, you understood me. So they might be useless at all. And if we don't use our brains, we just take them, put to our backlog, scopes, pre-sales, pitches, whatever we have, and just use them, right? But we need to double check, to triple check, to X check now. And the more AI tools being developed, the more they grow, they quantity, the quality, the more we need to be attentive, the more we need to double, triple, whatever check. So from my point of view, human factor now becomes very, very important. We need to be orchestrators of all of these things. We need to, for example, from my previous recent experience, I worked on very big and complex pre-sale, and I worked with two different AI tools to draft the scope. It was really huge, complex scope, and I intentionally worked with two of them, to do cross-checking, so that I don't have a lot of gaps and I don't have a lot of hallucinations. And using three, let's say, brains, two AI and one mind, it gave me a really good result. So if I would use just only one AI tool or only one my brain, it wouldn't give me such a good result. So that's how it, we need to play with it. We need to understand what works better, how we need to shape it on our own. So that's where the next generation of product development, of documentation, of design is being born.
Yeah, thanks again. And about using the brains, I believe we need, of course, to be balanced, right? But this begs the next question I have, and that's for all of you. But I would, in the interest of time, I would ask you to try to answer in no more than 30 seconds. So, over reliance on AI, do you think it's a risk, or what's actually the greatest risk of introducing AI? Is it over reliance, hallucinations, being biased, misunderstanding? Your perspective briefly, please, Esther.
Listen, there are a lot of risks, and the most important thing is human in the loop. It's human with real intelligence. Artificial intelligence will not help you if you don't have human intelligence. That's a thing. And the risk is when we take human intelligence out of the equation. And then the number of tools that you're using, bias, hallucinations, whatever, it doesn't matter if you've got a good critical thinking in the process. So train your critical thinking. That's the most important next soft skill that everyone will need to use a lot.
Yeah, I think we have space for a joke here. So I think you mentioned earlier that we are introducing this like AI, of course, with some risks, but with while we are producing in artificial intelligence, the consequence of that is we are also producing some artificial stupidity as well. So we need to be careful with that. That's just a joke. I'm actually like a fan of AI, of course, but this funny. So Sasha, what do you think is the greatest risk of introducing AI within our
For me,
processes?
yeah, for me, actually, it's over reliance. And why?
Over reliance.
As I mentioned before, that people are lazy and tend to find the easiest solution to anything, to simplify, to use their time as efficient as possible. And I'm actually a victim of this myself when it comes to like some things. I stopped Googling things. I just ask in ChatGPT, like when it comes to just like basic life. And unfortunately, it never gives you like the actual result that you're looking for. It gives you really high level thing, but you already trust in the truth of that. You trust that this is enough. And this whole mind perception that AI will be enough, that you don't have this critical thinking and don't question it, don't challenge it. This is the worst. So this will impact our solutions and what work we produce. Okay, for us, we're aware of this. Would say we're from the pre-AI era, where we still used to dig deep, manually, research things manually, and find things which are not easy to find at all. But I see that this risk is, it has to be kind of controlled somehow, and has to be kind of trained that it is not enough. You still have to do more on top of that.
Almost I can feel how your dopamine is decreasing because you don't have that satisfaction on finding on your own things. Yeah, Olga, your turn. 30 seconds, please, on
I will
greatest
be
risk.
really short because ladies already covered both my opinions. It's like over trust to AI and like decreasing of critical thinking. And if we're like summing up them all together, over trust plus decreasing critical thinking, we are in a very, very bad place. So we still need to develop our brains, our critical thinking, and treat AI as our partner, as our tool, as our assistant, not like it will do for us everything. That's the main idea.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
So now that our experts within Cyclum concluded that AI is definitely helpful within our processes. On the other hand, we should not fully rely on it because there are like pros and cons, of course. We are still an AI native company that managed to develop a scale applications and large enterprise projects while we are growing new muscles by supervising our AI assistants, things that we wouldn't do like even 2 or 3 years ago. Now, we have only 3 minutes, and basically, I will give you another 45 seconds to conclude and wrap up this session before going to the QA. We have 3 or 4 questions on the chat. I would like you to give the opportunity to give us your predictions for the next year. So, 1 year from now, what will be the biggest visible change in how we build digital products because of AI? And Esther, are you still here with us? I think it might be a
Of
technical
course.
problem. Yeah. Okay.
No. Of course, I'm here.
Esther,
So
your prediction.
yeah. Okay. 1 year. It's not enough for me, Lucian. But
Take your time.
okay. So I think like first, it will be more and more vibe coding. It will be more and more AI POCs. So that kind of intermediate stage between clickable prototype and MVP. I think those kind of vibe coded things, we will see the scalability of it will kind of move forward. It won't be enough yet to become a real product, but I think it will move towards MVP. And maybe in a couple of years, maybe 3 years, that AI POC will move to the full scale MVP, and then MVP will need to kind of have the real development. So from the kind of product life cycle, I see it like that. And that's kind of, I'm setting aside all the time-saving exercises that we have on the way of discovery, starting from competitors' research, user research, yada, yada, prototyping, and all the things. And here I will probably pass my word to Sasha.
Yeah, thank you. Sasha, your prediction, please.
So I will be brief. I see kind of two things. We're like at this edge of new kind of two directions that we're gonna witness. First of all, a lot of basic stuff are gonna be automated. That you can create them from scratch, which is amazing. We're gonna witness it that a lot of things could be automated like tremendously. But there is a more bitter kind of side of things. We're gonna face a lot of mediocre and clone solutions because, again, as we talked before through this panel, they're gonna be like more generic stuff that you can cover. But when it comes to like something unique, the craft, the actual human touch will be more valuable as ever because in this whole ocean of these generic solutions, the truly unique ones that will be mostly appreciated and they will stand out more because there will be non-standardized like solutions and approaches for all the problems and the pains that we have. So I made it quick.
Thank you, Olga.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, absolutely agree with ladies. I believe that development will go like to the very, very quick this POC phase when really everyone will be able to do it on their own and go through this very first stage really quickly. And like switching from Esther talk to Sasha's talk, we will have a lot of products and not all of them will be good, and it will be a lot of trash on the market, and those who will be able to create real gems will be valuable. So that's my point of view. And from the a bit different perspective, like from the inside of like team, company, it will be, we need to acknowledge now that AI already is part of our life. We cannot like avoid it anymore at all. Like even like 6 months ago, we still like some of us still believe that it's avoidable, but now no. It's like, you know, a few years ago we all wrote in our CVs like, I don't know, Microsoft Office skills. Now we need to write AI skills, and it's now non-negotiable We need to have them, all of us, all specialties. Nevertheless, we're technical, non-technical. Now we're living in the completely new world. It's now our new reality.
Okay. Thank you very much. So this is your legacy for the next year. Please come back to this recording and check if your predictions are reality. Now, I would like to, we have another 3 minutes for 1 or 2 questions. I would like to also give my own prediction by answering the first question. It's actually someone asked that I observed that many engineers are still reluctant to learn and apply AI. What are our observations? How do you motivate your colleagues to start using AI? So my personal prediction for the next year is that mostly everyone will actually use AI, and the people that are still reluctant today will not be that much on the next year on this time. Mostly because not because they will be like forced or anything like that, but I believe there are new emergent use cases that are simply being developed, and you simply cannot develop them without using AI. That's my view, and let's see if next year we'll be here at this point. We have a very interesting question, and that's for you, Olga. It's a very plain and straightforward question. I will read it as it is. Uh, Please take your time, like 30 seconds, 1 minute, to give us your best honest answer. Will AI steal my job as a business analyst?
Perfect question. I already gave a big speech at the BA conference exactly on this topic. The short answer is, of course, no. If you are professional enough, if you are curious enough, and you're using not only AI tools, but your brains as well, as we were discussing previously, nobody, including AI, will steal your work. Just do not forget to use your brain.
Okay. That was shorter than actually expected. So we have probably one for Sasha now. So for designers, AI might be useful to make fast prototype, to test high-level solution, and also analyze data from users. That's the question mostly, but I believe that actually it's, do you agree or not?
I
Maybe
mean, I
you
cannot agree more. Yes,
cannot agree
obviously.
more.
Yeah, we've talked about this earlier. So yeah, it does. Even when it comes to user research, for example, or user testing. For example, one of the tools we use is Dovetail. Dovetail has integrated AI components that help us to synthesize the information like faster, to get the insights, to structurize the information in a better way, to extract the meaningful pieces. Like I remember, like 2 years ago, I think it was like pretty much automate, not a manual, when you had to tag each interview and so on. Now it's much faster. So yes, I cannot agree more.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we have time for one last question, and the last one in the chat. It's coming from Sidra, and it's can we discuss about the usage of AI as where we can apply AI, which automation we can do with AI? Actually, I think that the question is about automating. Is there any tool that you use currently to automate AI, or you are mostly using it as like manually assistant or interactive assistant? Let's call it.
Let
Any
me
of you?
try to cover. Let me try to cover that. So what we now observe is a lot of AI tooling, automation tooling, intelligence automation, and AI automation. It's like the whole kind of set of tools, and it's like I would say it's hundreds of them. It's emerging the market, especially when we need to integrate very old legacy systems with something new that we want to build on top of it. RPA is widely used for transaction processing in fintech, where we need to take that notoriously famous COBOL transaction processing system, right, written in COBOL, and we need to integrate it with something like freshly developed RPA emerges, and like computer vision and all the things. So we yet have in some systems like claim processing in health tech in US, doctors will send foxes, handwritten foxes. So when it goes to collecting data and processing it, yes, we do adopt a lot of tools to automate it, to make that data digital, to do a lot of things with it. So obviously there is a big, huge space to connect those very old legacy systems that will be used, because rewriting them is extremely risky, extremely expensive, and if they work, you don't touch it. That's the general rule of good manager, executive manager. If something works, don't touch it, let it work. So that's where it will be widely used.
Thank you very much for your time. It was a great opportunity to talk to you and exchange this idea. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. So we are Cyclum, an AI native delivery company that builds platforms at scale, enterprise platforms, but we still value human intelligence, and here is the place where artificial and human intelligence collaborate, work together seamlessly. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great rest of the day and a great weekend.
Thank you. Happy Friday.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. A round of virtual applause to our panelists, Olga, Sasha, Esther, and of course to Lucian for guiding the conversation so effectively. Now then, are we ready for the final session of the DevTalks? Now, before I introduce our next speaker, our last speaker, a couple of reminders as always. At Cyclum, we just don't talk about AI, we build it. We are hiring AI specialists and are investing heavily in the training for our teams. Please check out the open positions at the right corner by scanning the QR code. And a quick note on the coin quest. This is your last window, last chance to finish it. Make sure you found all 6 coins and submitted them to the form. The draw for Whoop 5.0 bracelet will take place right after the next talk at 4:05 CET. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our closing speaker, Bohdan Shestakov, Engineering Director at Cyclum. With 14 years in software development, he has led engineering organizations of up to 1,200 people, taking products from concept to launch while making sure technical strategy stays in step with business growth and client success. Today's talk, Big Boss, Big Bot is watching, will examine how AI-powered monitoring tools are reshaping the way we're measuring productivity, and of course, along with the risks that come with them. Bogdan will tackle the ethical dilemmas that we somehow touched upon at the beginning of the conference. He will tackle the ethical dilemmas surrounding algorithmic oversight and explain how to introduce these tools without eroding trust or morale. Bogdan, if you are with us, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bogdan Shestakov, Engineering Director here at Cyclum. Today, we are going to talk about something that is making everyone a little bit nervous. We'll talk about Big Boss that is watching. We will talk about surveillance, AI, and the future of how we work. So why am I the one talking to you about this? I've been in this industry for 15 years. I've gone from writing the code and building high-performance engineering teams and scaling them up to over 1,000 engineers. And you can imagine when you manage the team of 1,000 engineers, you face a very specific problem: invisibility. You physically cannot see what everyone is doing. You cannot know if the product is being built correctly just by watching around the office, especially when there is no one in the office. I specialize in scaling product development from concept to market, and I've seen the desperate desire managers to measure productivity. I have sat in the chair of this big boss. I know the temptation to micromanage, especially using tools. And today, I want to tell you why that is a trap. I think I can interact with the audience, and before we can start, I have a quick question for you. By putting thumbs up, I think it's a number one. How many of you right now are pretty sure your company is monitoring you in some shape or form? Try to press if you can hear me. I'm not sure about that, but let's try. Yeah. Okay, probably some of you. And if we'll use the same way, and you can show me how many of you are comfortable with that. I believe it will be definitely less. That's why we are here. And I want to start with two pieces of news for you. One is the bad news, and another one, I would call it as a good news. So first one, the internet knows almost everything about you. Google knows what you search for at 2 a.m. Instagram knows which ads you stop scrolling. Amazon knows what you buy before you even realize you need it. We have accepted this. This is our private lives are now transparent. We trade our data for convenience. We let the algorithms watch us because we get a better TikTok feed in return. But then there is a good news. Historically, your employer knows far less about you. Once you log into work, you are effectively a black box. They know you're online on Slack. They know you pushed some code. They know you showed up to the daily stand-up. But do they know if you are inspired? Do they know if you are staring at the screen for 2 hours trying to fix a bug? Or staring at the screen for 2 hours watching YouTube videos? They don't know yet. And here is a reality check. This gap is closing. The tools the advertisers use to track your shopping habits are now being retooled to track our coding habits. The AI that predicts what movie you want to watch is being trained to predict if you are going to quit your job in the next months. We are moving from the era of management to era of measurement. And this is happening not in the future. This is happening right now. Let's take a look on some numbers. According to the recent studies, 78% of the companies now use some form of digital employee monitoring. So if you have 10 friends working in tech, 8 of them are being tracked right now. And this is moving fast. 71% of all employees are digitally monitored. But this is the thing. Look at the growth rate. That is a 30% jump from 2024. So it's not just a gradual trend, it's an explosion. We aren't just seeing more monitoring, we are seeing a fundamental shift in how companies define work. Gartner reports that 7 out of 10 large employees are adopting these tools specifically to redefine productivity. And redefining productivity is what corporates would say for we don't trust that the old ways of measuring you work anymore. So how we are going to tackle this today? We are going to break it into 4 key chapters. And the first chapter will be about why it's happening now. We will look at the perfect storm of technology and economics that made this just inevitable. Second, what is actually being watched, and we will look under the hood. It's not just keystrokes anymore, it's sentiment, tone, and patterns. Which path you can choose from? We will look into the 2 paths of leadership can take, the controller and the coach, and I will give you some examples of how good and bad look like. And finally, what it means for you. I will give you some sort of a playbook on how to survive and even profit in this environment. Okay, let's move on. And let's start with the question, why now? People have been lazy since the dawn of the time, and managers have been paranoid since the dawn of the time. So why 2025 is the year of surveillance exploded? Well, as I said, it wasn't just one thing. It was a perfect storm and the combination of three major trends. First, the post-pandemic normalization of the remote work. So 71% of us are now either hybrid or remote. This created a visibility gap for management. Managers frankly panicked. They couldn't see people working. Second one, it's that the technology got really good and really fast. 5 years ago, if a boss wanted to spy on you, they had to watch a screen recording. That's boring and expensive. A human manager can't watch 50 developers. But AI changed the math. Pattern recognition at scale become visible. Now you don't need a human. AI can just digest terabyte of Slack logs, Jira tickets, and Git commits and spot anomalies just instantly. It can tell if your typing written just has changed. It can tell if your code commits happen later in the day than usual. And the cost of this surveillance is near zero. And when something becomes cheap, companies just buy it and use it. And the third thing that leads us to intense business pressure, the question used to be easy. Is Bogdan at his desk? If yes, he's working. Now the question, how do you manage people you can't see? But there is a deeper layer here even. We are in an efficiency economy. CFOs are now looking at the developer's salary line item in the budget, which is probably huge, and asking, are we getting 100% utilization from these people? When money was cheap, nobody cared about 2 hours spent on the coffee. Now companies want to squeeze every drop of value. That creates the pressure to measure everything. We've just covered why they're doing this, but the terrifying part is what they actually looking at. It's not just counting how many emails you send. It goes much, much deeper. Let's first look at some data. If I'm a manager and I buy a surveillance suite, what exactly am I buying? What specific data points being added into my dashboard? And we can start from the basic one, the activity metrics. This is the primitive stuff. It's keystrokes per hour, some mouse movements, application toggling. This is the layer that treats you, software engineer, as like a typist. It assumes that if your fingers are moving, you are working. We know that this is false statement, that sometimes the hardest work happens when you are staring on the ceiling, but the tools track it anyway. But it doesn't stop there. There are 4 buckets, as I said, of data available to the employers today. And the second one is temporal data. When did you log in? How fast did you respond in Slack? How long were your idle time? This all can be tracked. The output data, the code itself, right? The commits you made, the pull requests you created, the Jira tickets you finished. And the last one, this is the communication piece, and this is the big one with all the emails that you sent, with all the chats that you answered, and yes, even meeting recordings. As you know, AI can transcribe every Zoom meeting now. It can create a searchable database of everything you have ever said in the meeting. Now, I want to be clear. Data is not the enemy. There are, so to say, good tools. These tools will focus on diagnosing the system, not monitoring the person. They will measure the team level outcomes. And you probably heard of them. If not, those things are like DORA metrics, which can help you to track the deployment frequency, lead time, and other, as well as flow metrics, which track your cycle time or work in progress load. And if lead time is high, it doesn't mean that Bogdan is lazy. it means our CI/CD pipeline is probably slow, or our QA process is probably a bottleneck or being bottlenecked. These tools are designed to find this friction and eliminate the struggle. And when you look into platforms like LinearB, Jellyfish, or even GitLab with their analytics, they can measure these things, and they can measure them, and they really matter for the engineering health itself. And then there are, so to say, questionable tools. The industry would call them as a bossware. This is a new term, relatively new term. And their goal is not to improve the process. Their goal is to enforce compliance and verify the activity. They will track your individual activity. They will take your screenshots every 5 to 10 minutes. They will track your keystrokes and which websites you are opening. And some things like Amazon's computer vision stuff that is working on the warehouses, they can even track the people moving there. And I believe it soon will be in the offices as well, if these people will not listen my talk. Okay, I'm totally on your side here. This is a creepy thing. And now you might be thinking, I can beat those tools. I can find a way how to move my mouse to look I'm productive, or I can create a script that will simulate that I'm typing. But you kind of right. These things are primitive, right? But you need to understand that this is a screaming emergency siren for a toxic culture. And the real secret is this big brother isn't just a spy, it's a data scientist. The danger isn't that they see what you are doing, the danger is that they are analyzing your patterns and guessing what you are thinking. Let me give you one corporate example. This is how things just gone wrong. Let's take this. This is a real story about Microsoft productivity score and how it was a disaster. Microsoft launched a feature in Office 365 that gave the administrators a productivity score of people. And on the surface, it looked helpful. We will look how our team adopting Teams. It tracked emails sent, it tracked meetings you attend, it also tracked how you are using this app. But there was a catch. It allowed managers to drill down to the individual level. So manager could log in and see a dashboard where they will see Jane Doe turned on camera on 0% of her meetings. Or John Doe sent 42 emails this week, which is down 10% from the last week. So essentially, it tried to turn the human collaboration into a leaderboard. And the tech world, for sure, it's exploded. Employees and advocates screamed that that was marked as a surveillance, and it was covered with analytics. Microsoft, fortunately, realized that this is a mistake really fast, and within only a few days, their corporate VPs issued a public apology, and they removed the ability to track individuals, so they basically were unnamed anymore. And this is just one example, and we've touched on the tip of this iceberg. We've discussed all these obvious things that are happening. But what about this 90% of that iceberg that is just invisible? This is the things that is non-obvious, and those are pattern analytics. This isn't just watching your activity, it's analyzing your patterns. And I'm suggesting to have a look on these 3 examples that probably would terrify you. And the first one is the keystroke dynamics. I referred it to this previously, but just for you to understand this. This is not just what you type. It's more about how you type. AI will analyze your rhythm, the rhythm of your keystrokes, and the flight between the keys, the pressure you use. Why? Because they claim that they can detect cognitive states, and it's kind of fair thinking. But they claim they can tell if you're tired or if you're stressed, if you're distracted. Imagine an HR dashboard that flags that you as a high burnout risk just because your typing rhythm slowed down on Thursday afternoon. And even deeper, automated sentiment analysis. Yeah, AI models now can scan your pull requests, comments, and Slack messages, or even your emails, and they can detect if you are being negative or toxic. And it creates even so-called a chilling effect. If I know that bot is grading my positivity, am I going to leave a critical review on a bad piece of code? Or am I going to say, this architecture will break production? Or am I going just type, looks good to me, and that's it? Doesn't sound safer. When we optimize the politeness over truth, software quality dies. Bugs go to production because engineers are afraid to be flagged as toxic by an algorithm that doesn't understand sarcasm or technical debate. And finally, the collaboration map. The AI doesn't need to read your messages. It just needs the metadata. Who talks to whom, how often, in what channels. From this, it builds a collaboration map and can objectify or even identify key influencers, knowledge silos, or even bottlenecks. And just think about it. I'm assuming here we have senior devs or tech leads who feels that they are spending all day just answering in chat or emails right now. And this bot will label you as a bottleneck, and your value as an engineer, as an expert, will be reframed as a system failure. Okay, we have talked about the technology. Now let's talk about the philosophy. Every leader in this room is standing at a crossroads. You have access to all these tools, and the question is not if you will use data, but how will you use it? How will you use it, yeah? And you have two paths. The first one is the controller. This option is person who is obsessed with surveillance. His fundamental question is, this person is working. Second path is more focused on diagnostics. His fundamental question is our process is working? And this is the fundamental difference in this philosophy. Let's drill down into the first one, into the controller path. As I told you, this manager tries to solve this invisibility by forcing visibility. They assume that there is low trust in the team. They believe that if they can't see you typing, you're probably stealing from the company. The toolkit is exactly what developers fear. It's not about outcomes, it's about inputs. It logs your keystrokes, it tracks your mouse movements, your screenshot, doing the screenshots from your screen, and logs every app you use. What happens when you treat professionals like children? It triggers the Goldhart law. And this is, I will read it and explain it to you. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. And the best way to explain it in the simple terms, imagine, and I think in most companies we have it, employees need to pass the mandatory trainings, and employees might rush through this mandatory training to meet the target of finishing this mandatory training. But they will still lack the critical understanding of this procedure or the process that they should have been listened to, because they needed to hit the target. Or another one, if your organization is mandating the API documentation, it can end up with many poorly written descriptions, as employees simply provide a minimum text just required to meet this requirement. And it also creates another part, which is antagonistic behavior of a cat and mouse game. It's basically, it will incentivize the performative working or looking busy over the deep productive work, actually solving the problems. And ultimately, it will burn out people. But it's not just annoying, it can be legally and ethically disastrous. Let me give you 3 examples of quick stories where it just doesn't work. The first one, it's the story about Amazon recruiting AI tool that they have created. A few years ago, they decided that they need to create a tool that will help them to automate the search of the talents. And they built the AI to screen the resumes. Looks like a simple task. They trained their model on the historical data, on the 10 years of their hirings histories. But they faced a problem. The tech industry is historically was male dominated. So the AI looked at the patterns and taught itself a simple rule. Men are good candidates, women are risky candidates. It started penalizing resumes that included the word women's, like women's chess club captain, or it even downgrades candidates from all women's colleges. They tried to automate culture selection, but they just automated their own biases. They had to scrap this project completely, removing it. And this is what happens when you let a black box make a human decisions. This is the first story. And the second story is kind of recent one. And this is a real study. You can even find it on the internet or ask your AI assistant. And this is really fascinating study in terms of Cornell Institute University. They were having they wanted to answer the simple question. Does being watched by AI make your work easier or harder? They took more than 1,000 of participants and gave them a creative brainstorming task. There were 2 groups, and one group was monitored by a human manager, and another group was monitored by an AI manager. Now you might think human watching you is probably more stressful because humans are judgmental, but the result were exact opposite. The group being watched by the AI didn't just perform worse, they actively rebelled. When the researcher asked for the feedback after the task, the people monitored by humans had the criticism rate of like circa 7%. But the people monitored by AI, that number just skyrocketed to over 30%. And the lesson that this surveillance made them feel a loss of autonomy. It made them less creative and even more stressed. It proves that the bossware is a bad thing for business. when you replace a human manager with an algorithm, you don't get an efficiency. You probably will get just a resistance. And the last story of how you should not use AI, and this is probably the most recent one. It is from the Air Canada. And this is probably the lesson of liability. There was a customer, Jake, who asked Air Canada through the chatbot that they have on their website about the bereavement fares for a funeral. And this AI hallucinated a new policy as it was not able to find it internally. And it told this guy that he could apply for a refund within 90 days of the travel. But the real policy said that he had to apply before he traveled. The company lawyers tried to argue in the court that the chatbot was a separate legal entity and they were not responsible for whatever this chatbot was saying. But the judge, unsurprisingly, didn't buy that. Air Canada has held liable for this bot mistake. Now imagine your new AI HR bot telling a developer the wrong thing about his pay or leave or performance review. The liability will be there and can be really real. Okay, we've talked about the controller path and the stories connected to that. Now let's talk about another path, which I call coach path. He has a completely different philosophy, and this one is about the high trust. And the goal is not to monitor people, but to diagnose the system. The assumption is that our developers are brilliant, but our process is broken. And let's find this friction. This path uses a completely different toolkit. This toolkit will be focused on the team outcomes. As we mentioned previously, those tools will be around DORA metrics or about the flow metrics or these things like DX Score 4 as well. And with them, with this set of tools, it can help leaders to see where the friction is. What's the impact? It aligns dev teams and with the business goals. It can improve general developer experience, and it can enable the data-driven decisions about the process, not over the people. But there is a single most important warning of this talk. You cannot use coach tools as a control tools. Do not use team metrics to track individual performance. DORA and flow metrics are team metrics. They measure the health of the system, not individuals. There is an interesting story from the booking.com, and their goal was to implement an AI-assisted code review and track generally the GitHub Copilot adoption. I think most of the companies has passed through these stages over the recent few years. In this situation, they used the coach approach. They basically did it in a full transparency to the whole team who was involved. They not only showed, but they basically collected the team and together with them, they defined in designing this system, and they created an aggregated team level metrics. The result was 16% productivity uplift from the AI tools. And they also had a developer satisfaction together with this. This is what ethical monitoring looks like. And Booking.com just proved that transparency and involvement are separate, can separate coach from a controller. Okay, we've talked about the scary stuff. We've talked about the lawsuits and other things. We've talked about the success stories, but the question remains, what are you personally going to do about it on this Friday afternoon? Because whether you like it or not, these tools are coming. The AI is already here. The question is not, can we stop it, but can we shape it? I want to leave some suggestions for you. Depending on who you are, an engineer or a manager, or maybe you are even the one who is building the AI tool, or maybe I inspired you by this talk to build an AI tool. You need to do this responsibly. And let's start with the people who are doing the real work, the engineers. First thing is don't hide. The natural reaction to surveillance always is go into the dark, to buy a mouse jiggler or to write a script, as I said before. And I can understand this impulse, but this is a losing game. You cannot outperform a robot, out-robot this robot. Instead, demand the context. If your manager shows you a metric, hey, your commit volume is down, don't get defensive. Give them a context. Say, yes, commits are down because I spent 3 days maybe refactoring legacy authentication model so it doesn't crash on our Black Friday day. Try to educate your boss. Most managers don't want to be controllers. They're just anxious. Help them understand that lines of code is a bad metric. Show them DORA metrics. Teach them how you want to be measured. And this is the most important part in this deck. For managers, stop asking if this person is working. This is a lazy question. This is a question for probably a babysitter, not a leader. Start asking if this process is working, if the system is working. Shift your viewpoint from the individual to a system. If a developer is idle, is it because they are lazy, or is it because they are waiting for hours for a QA environment to spin up? Be transparent. If you turn on monitoring tool, tell this to your team and tell them why. Just say that you are tracking this to find the bottlenecks, not to fire people. If you hide the tool, you are destroying the trust. And once trust is gone, no amount of AI can bring it back. And finally, if you are the one who is building these tools, you have a choice. You can build a bossware. You can build these tools that sell fear and insecure to these insecure managers. And that will probably it will make you money in the short term, yeah. Or you can try to find and build a coachware, build tools that highlight friction, but not the failures. Build these tools that protect the privacy by default. Build tools that assume that employees want to do a good job. Because if you build a tool that treats people like robots, eventually they will leave and you will be left with nothing but the robots. And maybe just a few words before I wrap up my talk. We can have a future where AI helps us work better, smarter, and with less burnout. But we have to choose that path intentionally. That's it. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for listening and watching. I think I'm ready to pick up some questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Botan. Really, really important conversation and a really important talk that you gave. It really did struck a chord with me. I'm personally quite interested in the topic of privacy. do you take much interest in the topic of privacy in general outside of the work environment?
We internally in Cyclum, we are discussing this and discussing especially the way how AI influenced this, right? Outside of the work environment, there is a lot of talks, and I would say there are a lot of information is jiggling around, and probably you even hear this. I talked about the Microsoft productivity score, but there was just recent news about these guys trying to, or even already implementing the feature in Microsoft Teams where they would be able to track where you are by understanding which Wi-Fi network you are connected to. And this is, again, I think this is those things we need to identify early. We as employees, we as a group of people, we as enthusiasts, and we need to give the better solutions to these people if they want to have this feeling, have this understanding of where we are, what we're doing, why we're doing something. Because I still believe that this is not about the time spent in front of your monitor or number of keystrokes that you did on your computer, but this is about the outcomes, the results which we're achieving.
It's fascinating that there is still a demand for this kind of software. I mean, as you said it, it's called bossware, right?
Bossware.
When even the pandemic, I mean, we never learned from history. Even the pandemic showed that. Do you remember the resistance or against working from home model, right? Thinking that people would just slack around and the productivity would fall. What happens is that it didn't fall, it even increased. And now that we have this return to the office being mandated in many companies, and people are just unhappy, burnt out, and the productivity is falling. So my question is, what is this? Is this some boomer generational desire to control employees? Like, obviously, this ransomware is a response to a certain demand. My question is, where is this demand coming from?
It's an interesting question. And I think it's valid. And I believe, as I tried to answer this question during the presentation, it's not just one factor. We need to accept the fact that there's still anxiety and there is still probably disbelief in people, in heads of some managers, right? So they basically, probably they just don't trust their teams, and they expecting that if you are in the office, if you're sitting there at your desk, that you are probably working. They cannot believe that you can work from your local coffee shop or when you are, I don't know, when you're just at home chilling on your sofa with your laptop, you can do the work as much as you are doing this in the office. But this is, I agree, this is probably counterproductive. Me specifically, I'm the person who spent in the office years. I was going to the office, spending the whole day there, going back. It like the road was taking like 40 minutes in one direction. I was spending this time in my car and all these things. Since we moved to the post-COVID era and people started to work from home or even in a hybrid mode, we all understand that we don't need to spend this time. We can be more productive using this time either to do the work. And to be honest, this is not only about work, because there is also should be a time for you to have a free space to think, free space to reflect, and some free time even between the meetings to take in notes, because you've been just assigned multiple tasks. How you can plan your day without having a time to understand that this is the right thing to do, or maybe I can postpone it to the next day or to the next week or whatever the priority is. So I believe I wouldn't connect it to a specific generation or specific era. I still that there are a lot of managers from the higher generation or younger generations than boomers, but I agree that probably it's still resistance in some cases to just to accept the fact that we are living in this modern world. And to be honest, even this 5 years after the COVID, or how many in these years are, it's still a short period of time for even most of the companies to adapt. Because I was talking one day to one of our colleagues about the ability to change something on the government level. Yeah, and it was a discussion about the implementation in UIE. Yeah, they're implementing the AI as a school subject. Yeah, and they already did it. So kids at school, they started to learn AI. Probably the basics, probably just the beginners, but still they started. And imagine to do this in any European country. We probably it will take for us 3, 5, 10 years just to agree on what we want to give to these children. And this time AI will already reshape the world. And this is the thing. This, whatever generation it is, they need to accept that this world is changing. AI is our reality. It's just the way how we will work with these AI tools and how we will manage to make more benefits out of it.
Thank you, Bogdan. There's a question to you personally. If you had a chance to be born like 50 years ago and work under that time circumstances, or leave it as it is, with all the challenges we face nowadays, what would you choose?
It's an interesting question. Definitely not connected to this topic, but still. Um, it's something that would require for me to reflect. I believe that things, despite all the challenges that we are facing nowadays, I still believe that whatever happening, it's happening for good, right? And still, I'm the person who is still trying to keep the positive mindset and thinking that there still probably will be something good ahead of me. But knowing the history of the past and knowing these times which we lived, our parents, our grandparents lived in, I would probably accept the unknowns of the future and leave it as it is, because I'm more interested to see what will happen ahead of us rather than reliving all the past things that happened to us.
Absolutely agree with you. Even though I would say that you said it's not quite related, it is pretty much related to the topic in terms that the desire to control is as old as the world. Because my grandparents used to tell me about the punch cards. When you go to the factory, you have to punch a card at a certain time, and then when you check out, do the same thing. Now, isn't that, I mean, the idea is the same with the cursor trackers, screenshot senders, report generators. It's the good old desire to control people. All right.
That's true. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bogdan. People are saying another interesting talk in terms of supporting the ideas that Sarah shared. Anna says that this talk rocked my world. Thank you so much, Bogdan, for your time and for raising such an important topic.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, everybody. This brings us to the end of our packed agenda. Before we move on to some of the fun parts, some of the loose ends that we need to tie up before the end, let's say a huge thank you once again, because big round of applause is due to all our incredible speakers who have shared their expertise today. You can give us a virtual applause using the hotkeys. You already know that, or the emojis on your smartphone. Today, we had over James Lennon on the AI horizon. Lucian talked on agentic architecture. Sarah topic on hyper-personalization. Maxim Pavlov talked about edge AI. Bogdan has just shared an ethical oversight on algorithm. And to our entire product development panel, Olga, Sasha, Esther, Lucian, thanks a lot, colleagues. We know how much time it takes to prepare all this and how much, pardon my English, balls you need to be able to speak to such a big audience. So kudos to all of you. And before we say our final goodbyes, it's a moment for us to. It's the part that you've been waiting for. The coin quest is coming to an end. We are closing it. A quick reminder, only those who collected all the coins and submitted the participant form have been counted. We are ready to draw the winner of the Whoop 5.0 bracelet. One day I will learn how to say it. Whoop 5.0. We're ready to draw the winner live. Let's see what is happening here on the screen. Okay, so please pay close attention. Yes. So I'm going to ask our team to put on the randomizer. So this is the final list of the winners. And on the very top, I can see, and I'm getting old, my vision is not what it used to be. Yevgeny Grinko, is it? Yeah, Yevgeny, if you are with us, big round of applause. If you're there, please let us know in the chat. Our organizational team will get in touch with you and will hand you over the bracelet, the prize that you won. I hope Whoop will make some big changes in your life, good changes. All right, congratulations, hearty congratulations. Our team will be in touch shortly. Okay, I think this is a good time for us to wrap up. Everyone, thank you for joining the DevTalks conference today. I do really hope, together with the org team, that you found the talks useful, interesting, actionable, practical, inspiring in some ways, and you will be able to apply the knowledge that you received today in your work. If you missed any part of the event or you want to revisit certain parts, we will be sharing the video recording through an email to all the participants who registered. For your convenience, the recording will also be published on Cyclum's YouTube channel. If you're not part of it, please head over to Cyclum's YouTube channel and subscribe. I see your comments there. Keep them coming, please. And to stay connected with the strong Cyclum AI community and keep up with future events, we invite you to follow Cyclum on social media. That is traditional LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. And be sure to visit the career website to explore open roles and take your AI professional career to the next level. Let me check the time. All right. And let me check your comments real fast. Stormy Mantis says, perfect set of talks, useful and insightful. Thank you for everything. Thanks a lot and looking forward to the next conference. We do so as well. It is really hard to say goodbye. If you feel the same way, I've got some good news. We are not closing the space. So the networking post-event segment of the conference will go on until 5 o'clock European time. So basically almost an entire hour to meet new people, to make some useful, meaningful connections. So please head over to the networking zone. You can continue the discussion with fellow attendees, network with DevTalk conference team members, and also if you still haven't had a time, take a ride in the moving car. It's there, it's free. To wrap up the official parts, on behalf of all Cyclum team, huge thank you for your time, for your engagement, for your attention, and for being part of shaping the future of AI-driven technology. Enjoy networking. Have a wonderful rest of the day. My name is Shazam. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. Have a lovely day ahead.